This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. What's going on? What's going on, man? Long time, long time. Guess we just took off de facto Black History Month, man. That came to an end. So now we in it, baby. March 1st, man. March 1st, 2025. Still alive out here kicking and thriving, baby.
That's right. We are in it. 2025, March 1st. This is probably what our second program this year. Maybe I think our second, probably. Or first. I don't know.
Nah, this
Happy New
should be
Year.
like
Was this first one?
nah, I think we did a couple of streams after
Did we?
the election. Yeah, I think so.
Not after the inauguration.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I just thought about that. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, that's true. That's true. Didn't seem like it's been that long, but it has been that long. Okay. Yeah. He thought people thought we went away, man, because Trump won, man. I'm like, hold on now. What what is going on with that kind of foolishness? Nah, man. Life just, we in
Yeah,
the
that
thick
makes
of
sense.
it, so we
I
doing
would
what we
I would
gotta
have
do.
I would have assumed the same because we did drop off the map basically.
Well, we are in HQ, so we in the belly
Hey, we dropped off the
where
map
the
and
where the digestion happens. You know how that go. Things get digested, man. But I guess we here to kind of like bring the analysis and see what we can do from our perspective to be as accurate as possible and to defeat the ego at the door. It ain't about your ego or trying to prove a point, nothing like that. Just hey, this is the information. This is the analysis of the so-called information, and do with it what you will, and that's it. No ego, no ego. I would be remiss to not bring up now, since both of the people that really are um, the motivation for me and you doing the program, as far as I know, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, of course, passed some time ago, and now Mr. Neely Fuller has passed on. So we definitely want to acknowledge that. And Mr. Neely Fuller, think he made it into his mid 90s, if I'm not mistaken. He was 90 something years old, and definitely with our name being the Code Breakers, um, definitely we were influenced by him. Would I be accurate to say that you felt the same way about that, or just make sure
Ab-
that
absolutely.
yeah, so Mr.
That's the
Fuller,
whole that's everything. He's everything.
yeah, Mr. Fuller is definitely missed. Hopefully we can try to remain in that vein. Him and Dr. Welsing, as far as the Black conscious community, seem to be the two pillars, as far as me and Paradox being gravitated to them, that did not let ego, very important, did not let ego drive them. And it's very hard to fight that, because some of the brethren, some of them that are around our age, that we remain to be. I don't want to bring it up, but it's so hard, because we talked about it a long time ago. We used to have discussions about, if they could just remain in this pocket, man, they could do so much great work. And it's just that turn to the side, man. That ego, man. That thing is tough. It is tough, man. Plus, with the likes and the internet and everything, so things can become very, very hard to fight when you're fighting on all fronts, and then people are kind of gaslighting you and making you, think that you're bigger than what you really are. But anyway, we know that a lot of people invoke the names of Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and Mr. Neely Fuller, but me and Paradox, we definitely, definitely want to pay homage to the work that they did, and hopefully try to remain in that vein of defeating the ego first, and then basically being a um, defeating this thing that we call racism, white supremacy. At the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to: the illusions of it, the realism of it. How does it still affect us today? If it's still affecting us today, and how do we implement plans to counter the effects of racism on our minds, our health, our spirituality, and things of that nature. So definitely, we don't take it lightly, you know, especially knowing Dr. Wells and the little bit that we did know her, going to her seminars at the Blackburn Center in Howard University. So yeah, Dr. Francis Quest Wells and Mr. Fuller, now that they're transitioned completely, it's kind of like a full circle now. So definitely wanted to kind of speak on really quickly on behalf of that. So did you have anything you wanted to kind of say about your thoughts on Mr. Fuller at all?
Yeah, I've still been processing it, but yeah, I mean, he's that guy, right? Has I think some of the most accurate uh, breakdowns of how the civilization operates on different levels. You know what I'm saying? So he'll be truly missed, obviously. So, that information is, I think in the future, it's probably way more valuable than it is now because it's so, it's so restrictive on so many levels that it's hard to operate. So I get the challenges of it, but it's still great philosophy, however you want to package it. It will, I think, give a lot of people clarity and understanding of how things operate. And I mean, we're living it real time. So I mean, if you look at how everything is set up, if you're paying close attention to it, I mean, it is as obvious as it is as crystal clear as
I
it
mean,
can
Crystal.
as it's gonna probably ever be. At least probably in our lifetime, I think. And how everything connects with one another, and that's what he was a expert at. Is
Yeah,
really breaking down and understanding something that's so fundamental that it doesn't matter as the upgrades come through the system, as it upgrades and shifts and changes and reshapes itself, and it has rules, it has limitations to it,
yeah,
and he is definitely by far the best in my opinion, of explaining it and breaking it down. And there is no, I haven't found anything even close. It's not even nothing's even close to it. And I think it's so powerful, it's so lethal. I think that it causes so many problems. You almost really can't apply it in a lot of ways because it has so much exposure. It exposes so many things that it's kind of like you want to go back to sleep basically and just keep it rolling.
you do, man. I told you, man. Like the first time that I actually really heard Mr. Fuller, then this is like we talking about the '90s, man. Like we was in high school, and I was like, "Who was this dude?" And then like when it came back around to college, it was just like, "Yo, like nah, man, like." I'm a man and all that because that whole you're a boy, that kind of deal. And I know a lot of people that just rejected the whole notion of that. And I think that his framing kind of turned off people. And I think that
1,000%.
they did not really internalize the mentality of it when things are forced upon you. Hence what we're going to be studying today, Trump domination. It ain't about, you have to really understand this. Like and I think we have talked about it ad nauseum, of course, and about people, talking about what they're going to do, what they're not going to do. And I just like, at the end of the day, um, your body, your human body, with your mind and your thoughts, you control whatever you do. Technically, you have the free will to do whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do. Now, how nefarious it doesn't mean you have any bounds on any limitations as far as what your physical body could do. You can choose to do it at will. The problem with that is that the systems that are in place to incapacitate your body as far as what you can do and limit you to what your body can do. That's the reality part of it. So that's where I think that Mr. Fuller was kind of missing people. He was talking about the restriction on certain things. And I think that people couldn't internalize that. And that's why there was such a rejection of him. And then people have to accept it from other people in their own way, their own interpretation of his philosophies, where he
I
was
mean,
kind of like on a
it's a
hard
great,
line on it. So,
yeah, but it's a very aggressive and great foundation. But like you said, you have to if when, I think when you're trying to understand it, you have to kind of apply more maybe current terminology to it and make it a little bit more. It's so philosophical on some levels that I don't know, maybe even metaphysical. I don't know, but you would have to when you start to apply real world terms to it. I think that probably makes it easier. I think as well for some people.
yeah,
When you're understanding system, you can kind of get lost in systems or matrix things of that nature. You just get kind of lost in it. But when you start talking about, I would always say, you talk about nation states and
yeah,
how there wasn't such thing as nation states and how those things had to get created and invented and structured and set up. And then what does it mean
absolutely.
to be a part of this versus that? And
Hmm.
even like you said, but again, like you said, a lot of that stuff can lose people too as well because people don't necessarily want to know history and why things are the way they are. And that's the other, like you said, that's other layers to it. That you need people who can really explain that stuff up and down. Where I can tell you that, like when you find it's just anything. I think I was telling you about it before. When you find out that people came together to say we want to do X or we want to do nations, we want to sort of
Yep.
get away from kingdoms
Yep.
and that kind of language and those kind of systems. Those were systems, and you had to bend to those as well, right? If you wasn't born in a certain
Absolutely.
family, there's things you're going to bend to individually
Absolutely.
speaking.
Yeah. Yeah. And how to share the power. It's
Oh yeah,
very
yeah.
elusive, man, because the thing that this is all human psychology, by the way, because at the end of the day, you want to get people moving in a certain direction to make it easier to um, get participation and cooperation. And then the more people that
Well,
cooperate
first,
and
well, remember,
participate, the easier it is to actually gather, you know, these tenets of systems and to kind of get it moving in a certain direction. That's what makes it so. That's what made his thought pattern on it so prevalent. And just really quick, if people don't understand what we're trying to say, he had it in the 9 areas, and I want to kind of like just speak to it. And the way he broke it down, it was hard to refute. So he said the people that are currently that classify themselves as white, these are the people that generally hold power in these particular systems at this present moment right now. And that was economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Now, Dr. Wells added another tenet to this, which was health. But that that can still kind of be up and down because that kind of falls all the way into these particular laws. But the basics of this is that understanding these limitations of human activity, right? The human groupings of what we do on a daily basis. We touch these on a daily basis, sometimes all of them in a daily basis, right? And the power and the strings that you got to pull to try to get access to these things. That's what Mr. Fuller was coming from. So he's coming from a more of a coaching coaching kind of perspective on it. Like, we're going to run a cover two against this offense. And if we run a cover two against this offense, if they call a certain play, it's going to work against the cover two all the time. That's how you got to look at it. It's more strategic than it is your talent. You can't out talent your way out the system. It's I guess is a way of looking at it. One person just can't beat the whole system by
Well, not
itself.
not only that, it's just that the Western world is in charge, and their job is to influence the world. So you can move away from some of his terminology as your base, and even Dr. Weldon as your base, and you can go up a level and start talking about how well you have the Western world, right? And the Western world conquered the world. Then they're moving the world either through influence, economically, militarily, or whatever. Then they're moving the world into a Western lifestyle. So if you look all over the world, what are people really fighting against? They're fighting against the West. And we can bring that down to whiteness. If we can bring that down, right? But people have a hard time. Let me not say they have a hard time. The people who practice in the deception won't allow that conversation to happen that way. So, for example, I would tell you that white folks are killing each other on a mass level, and it's
Right.
happening in Russia and Ukraine. But
Right.
we don't want to talk about it like that. Eastern Europe is a bunch of ghettos. We don't want to talk about it like that. We don't want to look like, since they're controlling all the narratives. So when you listen to Mr. Fuller or even Dr. Weldon talk, to me need to know you need to know other information as well to layer on
I
top of,
agree.
so you understand that, well,
Right.
if you look around the world, who has the influence and how is the world being shaped? Now, people don't like it. People are going to wars, terrorist attacks. I mean, it's a whole list of behaviors that are happening. But again, like me and you keep talking about, if you tie it back to war history, you understand how the world was structured, say in 1750 or 1850. How was the world structured? Who was moving? Who was moving the world? Who was putting pressure on the world? Who was being left alone? Isolation, etc. Right? Because technology weren't what it is now, obviously.
Right.
But who was controlling trading routes, etc. And then what happened? Because you have someone say, well, why is the Middle East so crazy? It's like, well, they was ruled by by the Ottomans and of the empires before that. Well, what does that mean? Who set up what? Who converted everybody from Christians to Muslims? Like, there is so much, so much going on. And then you fast forward into our time frame, and the Western world specifically, I would say probably more or less France and England. But you look at more of the Western world, but maybe even Spain as well. They decide to have a certain type of system, democracies, liberalism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Then they obviously was able to obtain technology and power to move the entire planet. As the whole world became more connected, you can tie. Well, they said, well, okay, if you're going to operate the way we want you to operate, you need to behave this way. The rest of the world is saying, well, now I'm going to give me a nuclear weapon. I'm going to arm up. We're going to build this. We're going to do all these things to push on that. But your governments or your leaders will bend to this. So your internal cultures, which could be tribes and all types of stuff, right? Different dialects and languages, and what I'm saying, all types of things are happening, right? You got the Indians fighting the Pakistan, and you got North Korea. So you have all these moving parts that are happening. But like you said, like you said, people don't want to live in that lower level of space, right? Where you're talking about, well, with all of that said, with all that history said, Mr. Fuller is going to simplify it to the point where it's almost like getting down below, when you split the atom and you get to quarks and stuff, like you're going lower and lower. It's too much. It doesn't translate. That makes any sense. So if I say, well, these people rule and influence the world, then you would have a counter say, well, that's whatever, right? It's not true, or you'll come up with whatever you'll come up with based off of certain things in history, or who had some leverage today because maybe their economy exploded or whatever, right? So they may have some more leverage, or things may appear to be shifting a certain way, and so
Right.
you can sort of lose you get lost in certain terminologies, because in the real world, depending on what information you're consuming, you might assume that, say, this place has X amount of power.
Right.
Now, understanding that when nation states and civilizations are trying to organize and control and manage, day-to-day stuff, you can get kind of caught up in the weeds about, well, who's doing what, who threatens whom, who's moving a ship here, or who's moving a submarine here, or who is spying on whom here, or right. And so you get kind of caught up in some of that. And depending on what propaganda you're listening to, you think this side maybe have more power than this side. That conversation, what I just had, that conversation, I would argue with you, is further away from Mr. Fuller talking about RWS. Like, you know what I'm saying, trying to connect those two dots. It shouldn't be nothing to connect, right? It's a natural flow in my mind. But I think, like you said, when you're talking to people just in general, they can kind of get lost in that language versus talking about empire, or versus talking about nation states, or talking about, what NATO is doing. And even people get lost in even that type of stuff. When you're talking about the World Bank and the World Health and what's all the moving parts in that, and the trade deals that in place, the TPP deal with Japan, and this deal with, you get kind of, you can get kind of.
Yeah, because it's like people tend to focus on what they focus on and what they tend to think is the most important thing. But like when you include it into a massive stream and you streamline this type of thinking, and then you get down basis to the motivation and then the definitions of things, then I think you can kind of further internalize some of the thought patterns about what people are doing and what they're trying to project out to people. Because at the end of the day, the controls that are in place are to maneuver things to make it easier to access information and to be able to have freedom of movement to do certain things. It doesn't mean anything if it doesn't get support by the people that are at the bottom or in the middle. It doesn't mean anything unless these people push it forward. So this is global kind of manipulation going into play. And the streams of information that you receive kind of make you think about things in a certain way. Just to what you said is very, very critical, because we receive so many different streams of information. Our brain process it differently. Outside in, looking at Mr. Fuller, I could see the rejection of it and not being able to internalize it and be like, well, it's not all about racism, white supremacy. There are so many other things that are viable that makes that look like a very not legitimate argument. But he didn't think of racism as cross burning, calling you the N word, whatever the case may be. He thought of it from a global perspective. That's what's so crazy about it, but nobody ever caught on to that. That's why I was just like, you remember how we used to get kind of frustrated with Dr. Wells and keep repeating like the little menial terms, like why we keep, me and you was like ready, like let's talk about the larger stuff. Yep. And she was just like, I would do it, but the class is not ready. So just because you guys want to move forward with other different concepts and stuff like that, that was like one of the bigger reasons why we wanted to create a program to where we can kind of expound about the different types of things that we thought how racism had a global effect on how it actually affected things globally, and internalize all people around the world, whether they were conscious of it or not. That's the point of it all. That's the thing. When you define yourself as a white person, why would you do that? A black person, why would you do that when scientific? It doesn't really make sense to do something like that. Where does that come from? What is the reasoning for that? That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So it becomes a reality gripped into something that was based off treatment to begin with and domination. But there's a reason for that, because it's economics that's tied to it. We just went over it. The 9 areas of activity, it still is in place. But like, whether you go as deep as secret societies, the Illuminati, all these other groups and things of that nature, and you're thinking about the circle of civilizations and things of that nature, no matter how deep down the rabbit hole you go, there are certain tenets to where Mr. Fuller's philosophy can be very, very helpful on alleviating some of the confusion parts, because you can get so lost into some of the dogma depending on the information that you receive, that you don't stand away far away enough to like devoid your ego, because your ego, you have to take your ego out of it. And that's, I think that was the first thing that he was trying to strip away, especially from the Black conscious community, because we was beat down so bad. We try so hard to build ourselves up. So instead of talking about kings and queens from a more objective viewpoint, we talk about it like that's such a great thing, but we still understand that kings and queens were still oppressive. They still have oppressive regimes. They still did things that were not so-called beneficial to their people. Hence the reason why you can exploit different groups that we're going to end up being classified the same way, which is a trip when you really think about it, because these Africans that did these things didn't know that. They didn't think of themselves as so-called the same people. You know, they were clearly defined in different groups. So it's just it just to what you were saying, man. What terms were defined at that particular time? What was the mentality? Understanding that, and then moving forward, understanding that what we think of in modern day terms, as far as how our mind processes it, is not the same way that it was done even 100 years ago, hell, 50 years ago. So you have to be able to kind of internalize that and to move forward with the accurate information. That's all. I thought that Mr. Fuller was very good with doing that, but he, you know, he will be missed though. He will be missed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Yeah. We can be on that all day. But I told you, I don't discuss his philosophy. I just live off of. I run my program on top of his program,
Right.
because most
That's
people,
probably what he meant by
because
doing it anyway.
95% of the people, maybe even 97%, it will never make. It's not going to ever make sense because of
Right.
how you've been wired. So I'm okay with that. That's normal actually. 3% will probably understand it, obviously, because their minds are already open to it, so they can kind of see it. So because like you said, in everyday life, you're not gonna see it. I know that part. It's just not gonna happen.
Right.
You go to a football game, you see a mixed crowd, you see these folks celebrating these folks. People love these people. So you're seeing too many social things all the time to. It's gonna nullify that understanding, I think. Because
Yeah.
you can't, your best friend is this kind of guy. You date this kind of person, or
Yeah.
you go to these kind of events and everybody loving everybody. So what are you talking about? And so you have to, not only that, you also have to be into what we're talking about. You have to kind of be into it. It's
Hmm.
like a club or anything else, basically. You kind of got to just be into the ideas of it, because when your best friend, your coworker, the person you work with, anybody, they could be like, what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. I'm right.
Hmm.
You see a bum on the street or whatever, right? Or you know statistics where most of the people who what you would call in the dominant society or whatever, 80% of them in poverty, you know 50% divorce rate, fatherless 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 homes all over the place in the millions, crime, abuse, pedophilia. I mean, just the list is drug abuse, drug
Yeah.
addiction, suicide. I mean, it's a horrific group of people if you want to spin it that way, right? But since I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything, that I don't, doesn't really, I don't care either way, right? I'm not trying to what I'm saying, start what do you call it, a cult or anything, right? Like, believe whatever you want to believe, do whatever you want to do. But when you break everything, look at what's going on right now. We're going to play it in a minute with the president, and even dealing with Germany and they're very far right wing party in Germany, and some language they've been, how they kind of been messing around with that, and getting rid of some of the DEI stuff, and looking at how it's been driven, who is offending, who has been offending for the last 15 years, what all that means, what is it tied to, and for the most part, you're not going to hear race language from the right, but you will from the left on some level. But if you look at all those dynamics, and then you even push it out globally, and you look at who are the global players in the world and positioning, and who has the most power, who has the most powerful navy, or we have the most advanced like rocket technology in the world by far, right? It's not even close, right? But we have So there's a lot of things that are happening that I think can, with diplomacy and nation states who are friends with one another, and some big economies that are out there as well. That I think sometimes, like you said, can throw you off when you start injecting words like race and racism. It can throw things off a little bit, I think, as well. But like you said, when you hear that word, you're thinking of you have already been wired to think of it a certain way,
Right.
right? And
Right.
and the thing is that people on to bring politics into it, people on the left or the left culture, they're playing a very sophisticated mind game, um, and because of that, it's hard to really encapsulate their entire culture because they're trying to run narratives that we're open, we're for everybody, we want everybody to be a part of everything, want this utopian world or whatever, right? So they're not gonna they're gonna pretend, in my opinion, again, they're gonna pretend that they don't have all the power.
We'll
So
we'll
it's a
we'll, we'll
weird
get
it's a
we'll get into that. We'll get into
I'm just saying it's a weird
that.
thing because like you have all the
Right.
power, you're making all the decisions, and we're having to kind of fit in where we fit in with that. But y'all have the power, at least up until now. Y'all have the power, and you're moving the world. And at some point things will get rejected, and life will turn the way it turns. But as of right now, this is the reality that we're living in. So I think when you get too deep with Mr. Full and stuff like that, you can kind of get.
You can get
I
lost
think
into it.
I wouldn't. You would think that it's giving you clarity, but I think that depending on how much information you have, I think you can kind of get lost in some of it
Right.
because it's less about hatred. I think it's less about, like you said, Klans members burning crosses, whatever it could be, Nazism, whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of that stuff is emotional, is used to control us, and that's a whole, like you said, that's a whole nother. You
Uh-huh.
got to kind of get away from a lot of that stuff and just kind of look at how things are operating. Because I don't even care about disproportionate number, all that stuff that comes out of the left about race and stuff. That stuff is, to me, is just trash, honestly. You have to really get away from all of that type of stuff and just sort of look at like who's moving the world. Period. Who's making decisions, who's sanctioning people, who's in charge of things, and just look at it that way, and then look at who's maybe even trying other ways to get from up under it, but that's who's in charge. Take it how you want to take it, right?
Mhm.
There's no way around that. Even what's so funny, even with debt, even with some of these civilizations who are struggling, even with all of that, and even with all of that going on, and them trying to rearrange civilizations and trying to find new ways, to adjust economies, to find resources in other spaces, whatever, right? But all of that going on because of technology, mainly. The other groups of people around the world who may want to implement their own version of reality, they have to sit and wait. They have to wait. They have to wait. They have to wait it out at this point. Unless somebody want to go to World War III and try to rearrange the globe with a new philosophy.
Well, we'll get into that a little bit later. I think that's a very interesting discussion that we can discuss. Like, what do you want to go with? What do you think is the better way to proceed? By the way, with what particular programming that these particular group of people want to try to run on this other group of people on trying to keep them subordinate or under control. Do you want it outright or do you want it to be subversive? So I think
But
it's
and
just
also how
tend to
much
what the
money
flavor would be.
and how much you want to mess up the money.
That too.
You have trade, you have things that are flowing globally that are making a lot of people around the world extremely wealthy. And so, who wants to mess it all up is really going to be the question, and for what reason, and can you reshape the world, and what does that look like, and what does it look like in the future, of course.
I will say this though. Mr. Fuller, if you are into, astrology or whatever that means, he was a Libra man, so he was born on October the 1st. So I mean, you could take that whatever you want. he does believe in balance, and I think that it's just one of those things. It's hard to pull because for whatever reason, that tends to be something that leans for people born under that particular sign, if that's what you believe in, though. But that could be nonsense also. So let's carry on. Let's go. Let's go forward anyway.
So, if you want to switch over to this debate, not this debate, this conversation that's going viral, the most
Yeah,
recent, the most
yeah.
recent, because we did not. I mean, see, we missed. We didn't talk about the inauguration. We didn't talk about the his cabinet picks, cabinet choices, and also the
The Doge
you know
cuts.
you got the layoffs. You
The Doge. Yeah.
have
Yep.
um you have the war in Russia. You have the war in the Middle East, in Israel and Gaza. So I mean, it's a lot of stuff that's went. At least people are going. I shouldn't say. I hate to say that things are going viral in a sense because really, most of it to me, honestly, is manufactured for people who are in the media class. I don't think everyday people to this one they probably care about because it actually was so wild that everyone's talking about this one. But a lot of this stuff is more in the political. I mean, I bet if you ask half the country who JD Vance is, they don't even know who he is, right? So you know what I'm saying? Like people, I live in it, so to me, everyone seems like I know the people, but I know that generally speaking, a lot of
I think
everyday folks don't
half of the
don't
nation
care.
I think half of the nation that is wired really into that type of cycle of news cycle, that's on that bent. I think they know who JD Vance is. They just don't know that much about him. I think they know who JD is now.
But if you look at the total number of people who watch, now I can't speak for social media. I can't get a number on that. But at
Yeah,
least
social media is different. Yeah.
legacy media, mainstream media. When you look at the viewer numbers, bro, it's less than 10% of the population.
Oh,
So
let
when somebody tells me
and
people are
8%.
what half, there is no half of the society that's watching any of this stuff. It's about
But
10.
eight. No, no. What I'm saying is 8% of that will be who? Fox News, right? Fox News, other affiliates.
I said all ABC,
I know.
NBC, CBS, MS, all
I
the big three, cable,
I
yeah, everybody
am
total.
I am
hmm
conceding that point, but what I'm telling you is
Maybe
that
half of that, maybe 5%.
nah, I think it's more than that, bro. They completely dominate. Like we talked about this already with
No,
the
no,
way that
no. Yeah, they're dominating with 5 million, with 5 million views versus Rachel Maddow, who's getting 150,000 views.
the
So again, I say when you add up all of the media, it's
No,
probably
you're
less
right.
than 10% of the
Yeah.
population. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, people mostly have it on the social media part is the one that you got to look at, like the Twitter feeds. The what's the other one
And
that's real
Twitter is
popular?
probably the smallest. They're the smallest, or the third smallest social
Uh,
media platform. So they're not like their Facebook or anything else. They're small, relatively speaking. You look
no,
at
but
the
I'm
numbers.
thinking about the other what's the other platform that they
I
use
don't
that
know.
is very
IG, Rumble. I mean, it's a lot of them.
no, not
You mean
Rumble,
the big ones? IG, the big ones. Twitter, TikTok.
not
TikTok will probably be the
TikTok.
biggest. hmm
TikTok is because of the shorts, but I'm thinking about is it True Social? True Social? Is it
True
what's the
Social
one?
is Trump's. It's
Yeah,
Trump's
that's what I'm
site.
saying. So, but I'm saying that's his site though, right? That's his specific site that he
Yeah.
gets his numbers on, and then you have the other
You
news
got
outlets
X.
that are kind of like working to the affiliate. Yeah, but
Right.
like you said, X is moving at a very
Right.
snail's
But
pace. But
but
I
what I'm
think that
saying is
it
that
does,
when you look at the numbers, is my point is that it's not as many as you would think. Because you're in the work, we're in it so much. It seems like it's a lot. But when I look at the numbers, though, my point is I look at a Mr. Beast video. That's my whole point. And people don't even know who he is, and he gets 100 million views a video. And I got everybody. It's not like everybody should. You would think everybody should know who. Everybody knows Michael Jackson, right? You think everybody should know who Mr. Beast is. As many
uh,
views as he gets, it gets
yeah,
billions,
Mr.
billions,
Beast,
and billions, but it
that's
don't matter.
crazy.
Tens of billions of views, actually. I'm sorry. And people still may not even know who he is. Is my whole point. So it's just funny, just how everything is kind of set up that way. But I don't think many people is watching as much as people think as they think that. But I think the shorts, like you said, the shorts are probably
Yeah,
hundreds of millions, maybe
it's
even
how
billions
you
short.
when you break down to how many people got phones, how many people got access to social media, it changes the
It's
dynamic of
going to
that.
get into your
I,
it's going to get into your feed. But
right.
what you realize though is that people still aren't paying attention.
Yeah, they're
So
not paying
so
attention
it's
to it.
in the
They're not
feed. They're scrolling through it, but they still not stopping and saying, "Who is this
put
person?
put
Where are
put
they from? What are they doing? What are they?
put
What's they title?"
right to put into more not layman's terms, to put into a more um I guess evaluating that kind of information. What you're saying, the hardcore numbers is true. But if you think about it, everybody has a cell phone, everybody has access to the internet. What are you watching at that particular point? What are you consuming, the information that you're consuming at that particular point? It doesn't mean that you have a general understanding of actually what you're watching. It could be a short thing and then you just go about your day. It's not really something that
But
you're
that's what I mean
really
by
that
how you.
paying that much attention to it. Like how
That's
like
what I mean.
we're like really in it because that's what we do. That's what we think about. That's just pretty much just how
Right.
we wired. But outside of that kind of group of people, which will probably be a smaller group of people, it's probably more so
It's very
this is
small.
this is what they believe in, this is their philosophy. If they see something that may twinge, somebody may send them a short or something that kind of uh, reinforces their belief system and be like, yeah, I'm with that, and just keep it moving. They don't really go and join or subscribe to this person and say, well, I need to listen to this person on a regular basis. I think you're right. There's probably more just kind of like a casual listen or a casual um, involvement with the information that is out there now, more so than an intimate involvement with the information, which means that people are not really dissecting it all that much. But the people that are like really,
You're talking
really
about
in it,
3%.
right?
It's
The
not
people that's like
3%.
really, really in it is a very small percentage of group of
The
people.
political class is small, meaning that the political class meaning that you're probably spending at minimum 50 hours a week looking at this stuff and reading this stuff.
Ah, yeah, yeah,
And I would
yeah.
argue that the average person probably spends an hour
I
coming
don't
across
even
stuff on
know.
their feeds and
You're
stuff.
talking about a
If
week,
it's that
yeah,
much,
yeah, in a week, yeah,
7
yeah. I
days.
would, probably
Yeah,
less than that.
15-second clips, 10-second clips. Like well, I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that, right? I watch every day. I watch the chick, the press secretary, right? The one for Obama. I'm not the one for Obama. The one for for
Biden,
Biden and the new one that they got now, right? They
yeah.
come on every day. So I watch that, right? That's every day. And then Trump is a TV whore. So of course he's pretty much. I love it though, by the way. I love having that much access because you don't really get that much access, generally speaking. So he's on. I'm gonna find him talking pretty much every day, bro.
He's gonna talk every day, man. He's gonna
Every
say
day,
something every day.
every
Yeah,
day. So I love it. The cabinet
yeah.
meetings he just had, I love it. I love all
He's
of it. I
gonna
love all
talk
the
every
Elon
little
Musk
time.
stuff. I love everything. I love all of it. And so what's funny is that because it's way more interactive, and so of course all of the professional political people they're up in arms as they have been since 2016. And it's like you're telling me that no one has ever had a yelling
Uh,
match, but just behind
uh,
closed doors. They're like, oh, we've never seen this before. Like, stop, come on.
oh
I
man.
was just watching your man from Chicago on Bill Maher. What's his name? Obama's dude,
Obama's.
whatever his
Which
name. I
one?
forget.
Which one you
What's up?
talking about? From
Warmy,
Chicago
warmy,
though?
warmy looking dude.
Oh, you talking
Uh,
about the white guy,
Emmanuel. No, Emmanuel, whatever his name is. You
Brett?
know what I'm
Oh,
talking
Brett.
about?
Brett Emanuel. You talking about Brett
Nah,
Emanuel?
nah.
What you
I'll
talking
think of it
about?
in a minute. You know his guy from Chicago. I think he ran for mayor. If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken or
I
something.
think that's his name.
It's not no Brett.
Not Brett, but
As
yeah, I know
swarmy,
you're
as
talking
swarmy
about.
and slothy as he looking. I don't know what mixed thing he is. Um, I think he might be Muslim. He might be from the Middle East or from India for all I know. He's been American for his whole life, I think. So he acts like he's an American. He's a Midwesterner, but
Yeah.
visually speaking, he could be Spanish for all. Who knows? He could be anything.
No, I
But
know
he
you're talking
definitely.
about. Yeah, he ran. He used to be. He used to do something else in Chicago. He had a higher,
Yeah, because
another
they
higher
consider him
position.
pretty much a criminal on on the right.
Right. Yeah, 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 yeah. True,
Something
true, true.
Emmanuel. But anyway, he was on Bill Maher. He was just talking about how I've never seen this before, and I said, "What are you talking about?" So you telling me that? out of all these meetings that these people have all the time, yeah, Rahm Emanuel. There we go. Thank you.
Rob did.
But
Rob.
Rahm. But he was just saying how these type of things don't happen, and I'm thinking to myself, come on, man, stop playing, bro. Meetings get heated all the time on all levels. It just happened to be on television, and Trump wanted it that way. He wanted that to happen. I thought it was great. But
Yeah,
of
they
course,
said it.
if
That's
you're
what we're gonna go over.
traditional,
How they set it up.
right, if you're very traditional and you want things to be done sort of in the background, and you want to have these big power moves, and all the news people can write about their little articles and do their little opinion pieces with the New York Times. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's such a culture of just dickhead, asshole, rich, yuppie, uh, East Side New Yorkers or whatever they call them. All these weirdos, and you know what I'm saying? They want to write their books, and the whole thing. Bob Woodward, like this, the whole culture of it, bro. And so they're up in arms, right? They're bringing out all the people from England and from Australia. It's more cultural than like reality. He's the president of the United States. He can do whatever he want to do, bro. He can do whatever he want to do.
Right.
These are no rules here. Like, he shouldn't do this. Yeah, we should have dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, but we did it, right? I mean, what are we talking about right now? Are we serious? The amount of countries we made bend the knee. Didn't we just kill Gaddafi? Like, the amount of bombing we've done to Yemen. And I mean, I'm thinking to myself, like, what kind of sick, like, that whole environment to me. You know what I'm saying? The whole, all the diplomats, like, all that world, right?
The diplomatic speech.
All the diplomatic stuff, all of the legacy, like, people, they're trying to make an argument that we have a certain way, or we do things a certain way. Who are y'all? I'm an American. We in a free country. How about we get rid of all you motherfuckers? How about all y'all go? A political class. Y'all don't need to exist. These dudes, man, bro. Anyway, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. The level of anger I have with the media is off the charts right now. Just the amount of just manipulation and lying, and they're doing it in such a natural, casual way. It seems real, like they're all in on it. They're not pretending. But I'm just thinking to myself, I just wish more people were. I wish more folks was engaged in it to kind of get some of these people who everybody just like, oh, well, they're just doing their job, and everyone has a job to do, and that's just how things are, and we just kind of like don't care. And I just wish people put more. It was just much more scrutiny on the media, specifically the media class. To be honest with you, they have way too much power and too much influence, bro. And it's just not. They just not. It's not that they're not being honest. It's just that the spinning of everything is just so. It's just
they want
gross.
They want things to be behind closed doors, so they want to leave it for interpretation of the people that are behind the scenes to give them information. So, like, they can say if that part wasn't seen, say like that discussion was held by
they
itself,
can write the way they want to write and set the narrative the way they want the narrative.
Which means that they would have been
apparatus.
Like, there was tense discussions between Zelensky and Trump, and then they came for it. But I think that also the problem, there are a variety of different ways you can look at this thing. Like, I understand what you're saying as far as like the media being the only ones that kind of like have the so-called unvarnished truth, but I'm going to give it to you depending on how I want to spin it to the audience, which I think are like, because the media think that most people are stupid, so they're going
the media think that the media think they went to colleges and they have been told that their job is to set narratives, to give out the information, and they decide.
That's what I'm saying. What's good for
not just give me the information, but no, what we think is, bruh.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm gonna tell you something. Our parents and grandparents, bruh, they failed. It's failed. They failed, bruh.
Okay,
whoever let this stuff.
Describe the failure part. Describe the failure part. Go deeper.
No, just whoever the people in the past, whoever let this stuff. It could go back even further. But a lot of, because when you go back through history in this country, a lot of the stuff that exists now, obviously, they didn't exist. And so it's
But do
funny
you? But do you?
because the media is under
But
some.
paradox. Let's
Mhm.
go back to the beginning of media and writing papers. You know that was a very tense relationship, right, between
Yes,
people that wrote
yes,
stories about what happened and government
yeah,
officials and sheriffs and law enforcement
yes.
officers. That relationship that
And they got
developed.
co-opted.
No, but just hear me out. That relationship that developed over the time. When you have a press corps, which means that the
Uh-huh.
White House has a presser. So they have their own media machine there to try to handle things that they want to be public. There are plenty of things, you know this. There are plenty of things that they do not want the public to know, man. It's just it is just that's just facts, right? And
No, they're
ho-
doing
ho-
things that they should not be doing, trying to
I
push an empire, and the people of the
but
society
that's a
is
deeper
getting
that's another
is
side of it
at
though,
least
paradox.
temporarily, that's getting a little bit of motion, even though still most folks are just not engaged. They should be. I just hate, unfortunately, that it's not. I guess it's fortunate or unfortunate that we have so many distractions that I wish that at least half the population was engaged. And the reason why is that they couldn't get away with the stuff they're getting away with. If everybody was in a statement, I'm not saying anything, obviously nothing. I'm not really saying anything. Everybody knows this. If
Yeah.
everybody was, if not everybody, but if a good part of the population, 40%, 50%, was just engaged in local, state, and federal, what's going on, what they're doing, it'd be a very different. I think it'd be a very different place because we wouldn't be. I don't think we would be in so much stuff globally, possibly, because the America. Well, anyway, well, that's not. Like I said, every time I want to start talking, I swear to God, I keep going back to World War II, but it's just so funny that
But that's what I'm trying to tell
because
you
when
that
because the
the
decision was
media
made to open up our society
but that's
and
what
to
I'm trying to tell. Okay.
open our economy up and start doing, there is no, like, I keep, it's so funny that you shouldn't have to say stuff like this, but there is a lot of I'm not going to name the countries, but a lot of countries, pretty much all of them, they don't exist if we don't open our economy up. They will be still hauling,
Yeah.
Hauling. They will still be hauling things with buffalo and
Horse and buggy.
wagons. But I'm gonna leave it there. I won't name the places. There's a list, and like you said, it again, things like that, in my opinion, and again, I'm pipe dreaming, should be something you're taught when you're a teenager or preteen. It should be very simplistically told to you. We get so lost in a bunch of other things that people teach, but understanding what it means to be in a nation state. Instead of saying things like we need to give the country back to the Native Americans, like stuff like that, all these weird things that float around, stuff like that. You gotta. It's like some things you have to just let it go. You have to focus on. So many distractions, bro. But anyway, not to go down that road either, by the way. But like you said, when America decided to open its economy up, and it's a whole list of reasons why, what it did to other places. We won't go down that rabbit hole because it is what it is. But um, it's very important to understand that, which will make things in today's time, and why there's a backlash. And there has been backlashes in the past as you quote unquote globalize, right? Because because if you're not resolving things in the homeland and however that should look, right? And you say, well, we're gonna move things out here, we're gonna do things a certain way, etc. There's a benefit to it, but unfortunately, it's going to be a swath of society that's going to have some issues. We need to resolve that. And that's where we are really now, honestly. I mean, we've been there for 40 years, really, but I like that things are coming to a point where people want more transparency. The Wile E. Coyote folks are in charge. All that's
But that's
manifesting
not
in
what
my
this
mind
is, though.
because
See
of this.
that I
Man, come on,
see.
bro.
I disagree with that part.
Exactly what
You
it
you
is.
know you know information. You know how information works, man. Especially with your family and everything. You know how tedious information is, bro, and you understand that people
But they're
are
all mad
going.
at me because I said close all the departments down. I've been saying that for years.
You just
Years. Finally here. It's not going to really happen. I hate to say it, but
so let's have a real we see that's what I'm
unfortunately,
saying. Like let's discuss
feels
media.
good though.
Let's focus on the media apparatus and what it became, right? ended up being at the time. World War II, glad you brought it up. One of the first times that the media and the country kind of came aboard with shipping out propaganda. Remember Uncle Sam? We Want You, Platoon, not Platoon. What was that? It's the George C. Scott movie that I'm thinking about that came out around that time about World War II, and it kind of shifted the apparatus about nationhood into this kind of glorious thing. We're on the right side, they're on the wrong side, evil, good, that kind of deal. And I think what ends up happening is that when you talk about America's um, ability to broaden out its idealism and then kind of like broaden its kind of core of thinking that we are the good guys and you guys need to be able to do the things that we say you should do. Now, we don't want to force you to do these things. We want to try to manipulate you through media, different types of social information that you may receive within your country through your youth, your children, to make this easier to bend to our will. But this is still overall, even after all of this kind of illusion about what's going on, the propaganda and everything, this is still about moving parts, moving people to do certain things so it can make it easier to have freedom of movement, whether it's their resources, whether it's their economy, whether it's their people, whether it's their smartest people, whether you're getting their best and their brightest. It's a means to an end. And I think that if I step away, right, and I look at this for what it's worth, I know that information can be manipulated. It's just like anything else, man. But the most important thing, and you deal with you let me put it like this. Agencies, right? What is the most important thing as far as agencies? We could say that. I think we could say that online. What's the most important
What do
thing?
you mean? Just information.
It's the most critical. It ain't even money. Everybody, it's like it's so critical. Um, emails got to be encrypted, right? You cannot. I mean, it's just. I wish that I could just kind of like really reiterate how these things work when people are like talking because it's a reason for it because they because of how laissez-faire that people are, they know that people just want to live their lives. If it doesn't affect them, allow them to have so-called freedom of movement, be able to live their life, do the things that they want to do without worrying about some of these other things. And I think that when it comes down to the media, the restrictions of the information, it became too loose and then it became too tight. It's all at the same time. Other places, the media don't have that kind of relationship with the government or the entertainment sphere. You can get hurt in other areas. I will put that I'm gonna put it a lot mildly because I don't want to really dig into that rabbit hole right now. But there are other places where media gets locked up and those people are never seen no more for writing stories. You know what I'm saying? Period. Whether it was true or not, you write a certain thing because they understand that the pen has a certain kind of power. You put that thing to paper, people are going to tend to believe it. You know, it's just the power of the suggestion of reading something that's in print. You know, it does something to people. And if you're not really on that level of being critical thinker or have the information to your disposal to say, oh well, that's just bullshit, and you just keep it moving, it's not like that with everybody. And the powers that be know that. That's why the so-called war, what I call the war, the Trump years, the war over misinformation and real information, the positives and the negative of the Trump presidency or his legacy. There are the positives where he is exposing nerves at the end of the day, but at what cost? So because America has chose to be governed a certain kind of way, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about those norms that people are basically upholding to. Now, what you're talking about holds even more merit is because, hey, why were you deciding to do that anyway? That's not you. Who are you to decide, it being your ivory tower to decide what information we should be able to get intel to or what we cannot get information to? But you got to remember, You got to remember, you talked about the very limited of people that are outside of that particular sphere that crave that kind of information. Most people just want to be left alone and be able to live their life the way that they choose to live it. And even though that's not really what's happening, they're okay with just believing that that's the case. You see what I'm saying? Until it becomes an issue for them, until they go to the store and they see. That's why people was making such a big deal about the so-called eggs going up and down, or the gas. But you see what I'm saying? Like it became something that everybody was being affected by, and then you could use that and you can
Well,
hammer that
Americans,
point.
yeah, we're going to be affected mostly by, like you said, by price. I mean, well, that's one thing will be affected. A major effect that almost everybody in the country is going to feel is prices. Yeah, for sure. And you're right. Most of us want to just be left. I mean, like you said, and you're not really. I mean, we're not even talking to those people, right? So we're not even dealing with people who just want to be, you know, again,
Right.
that's going to be the majority of any population. The job, the life, the point is just to live your life the best you can, based off your life. You live in a tribe, or you live in a kingdom, if you live in a what we now have a democracy, if you want to call it that, a republic, or wherever you live at, right? Under what we
I
would
mean,
determine as dictatorship, etc. You know, people are just trying to do the best they can do in their environment.
but, but you know this, man, and
But
we've
I
been
think
in.
from what you were
But
saying
me
from
and
a
you,
press,
go
go ahead.
ahead. No, I'll say this real quick. Me and just really quick, just me and you. We've been in environments, right, where we had people that was over us. They did not want us to know certain things, and we understood it because there are security there are security clearances, and we understood what that information meant from that level, as
Hmm.
far as compromising that information coming down to the lower level. But the fact that we are in the know is still above most people that's around. See, we understand the reason why things are held off, and maybe not want to know more so than what other people know. It's a burden almost to a degree. It is, because if you know all of this stuff, why didn't you? To know is to what? Mean that you're more responsible to do something about something that you feel is made, or that's not being done right way, or
Right.
that can compromise you at the end of the day. Which means that if you're going to compromise the group by telling someone that could do something about it, that don't need to have this certain kind of information, hence the reason why they don't tell you. That's what I'm saying. So there are certain reasons for doing this. It's just that the media apparatus here got so big, it got so bloated, it became too profitable. I mean, when we started
Yep.
having
Too profitable.
each city having their own, it's just like Medicare. It's just like it's the same thing with the health field. It's the same shit, bro. Like, because the reason why we can't roll it back and make everything so public, think about the fallout on that. Think about how everything falls out under
Yeah,
that.
it's the
You-
same.
you- you-
It ties to pricing though.
That's
Is
what I'm
that
saying. You
and I'm gonna
know,
tell you this, because so many tens of millions of Americans own things in our country. You may want prices to come down, and they may want prices to come down. But this is the problem: when prices come down, what does that do? That's going to shrink your economy. The numbers are going
right?
to come down, and the house that you may be a homeowner, which is going to be the majority of the regular folks, and you like that equity.
Yeah.
And so it is a tricky, it's always a tricky space to be in, because I would say I want prices down. It's just not realistic, right?
Nope.
This is the new set of prices.
The price of the
And there
brick
may
just went up.
right,
This is how
right.
it is. Yeah.
And there might be some situations where you can get prices down in certain industries. Obviously that does happen, of course. And there's other ways to cut corners and a whole bunch of things that are at play, certain type of tax structures, et cetera, that can get some things to come down to some degree. But and I don't want to go down that road either, like you said. That's all another conversation about the economy. But it is on some level scary because we're living it, right? Like our grandparents would tell us how much things used to cost, and it's like wow. And then now being alive for a certain amount of decades, you're like, oh, this
Yeah.
is real. Like you're gonna
Yeah.
wake up one day, and
Yeah.
that Honda Accord that used to be 12,000 is now
30.
50,000. Like, but
Ooh,
those are real
50.
dollars, right? Yeah, they're
Jeez.
50. Those are real dollars,
Right.
right? It's like, well, what does a
Right.
dollar mean? What's the value of a dollar? How do you devalue
Yeah.
the dollar? Are you printing too much money? Is it too much debt? Is the global economy actually hurting Americans? because it's our global economy. And so is it hurting like it's all those things at play. Why are things going up in price? If you're getting things done at a cheaper place overseas, why is it, you know what I'm saying? There's so many things that are it's just like you said, it's
Yeah,
so much, it's
it's
so
like
much
it's like
running,
saying
man. It's kind of crazy.
that the black population here in America is making the most money that is ever made ever in the history of being here in America. However, that doesn't include everything else that you just put into place. The inflation, what has went up, what has went down, the reason why, what is part of the percentage of what that amount means towards everything else and everybody else that's making the money here in this particular country. So once you put that into detail, into this proper context, then that movement is not so much as you thought it would be. So
And honestly, I have spent hundreds of hours, looking at the economy, listening to people who do economic stuff, listening to experts. And like you said, it's still, my mind still has a hard time wrapping around any of it. As I watch prices go up, over the years, it's just like this is just like there's nothing you can. But basically, let me put it in a
Jason,
better
man.
place. What it means to me personally is it's set up in a way to where you have to keep striving.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, millions of us get comfortable where we are. You're tired of trying. You maybe tired of getting a promotion or whatever it is. It could be, cost from your business. You had to close your business down, or even COVID, which closed down tens of thousands of businesses, not hundreds of thousands of businesses that got closed. It's like everyone is living on this thin line, and like you said, the system has to manage that because
Yeah.
I would argue that 30% of the country they have a certain amount of money, they're striving, they have things invested where they're obviously able to maintain as things get more expensive. But then you have another swath that's on the line, and then you have that other third that is like prices cannot go one more penny, right? Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, food, gas, taking care of my mother,
Yeah.
rent, her house, my house, like all those internal,
Yep.
things that you're trying to deal with. At the same exact time, you're in a system where it benefits you the most to keep striving, to keep pushing, to keep trying to get promotion or having a second job or not spending money, keeping, it's just so many things you need to be prepared for individually. But like, again, when we were younger, those are the things that we should be more focused on. Understanding, look, you're 15. By the time you're 40, based off of the current economy that you're living in and the current rules, not fantasy about healthcare for all and free this and free that, we're going to give you this and we're going to give you that. With all that noise out there, right? It could be tax cuts on the left, on the right. It could be government programs on the left. Whatever you want to say, as an individual, though, it's kind of like, well, yeah, I hear you, but individually, it is crystal clear to me. If you are
Mhm.
not trying to make money and making more money and trying your best not to burn up the credit card, all those little things, right? Saving your money, like the smartest things to be doing is what the things you would have to teach. Now, unfortunately, it's kind of like, for most of it, it's after the fact. So everybody's learning the lesson, obviously later as you go through the struggles of all those different things. But when you look back 50 years, you're like, yep, it's best to save your money, right? Do your best. This is the system. Maybe find out where you can make money from or keep making money and keep growing. If you're getting paid by the hour, or if you're getting paid a salary, or if you're even running a business, how can you stay ahead? Because one thing is for sure, things are gonna get more expensive, and they're gonna justify it as well. So it's not like you can make an argument. There's no argument here, right? Oh, it's a new technology. It's the latest medicine. It's the latest this. So that's why it costs more. So
Hmm.
it is
Which
constantly
should which
pushing in
should
a
make
certain
it which should
direction.
drive the price down, actually,
It
basically.
it and again, like you said, that's where it gets obviously more complication in the conversation when you start talking about
Right.
what things should be and why it is what it is, and there's different opinions
Well, it's
about
easier
that. By
if
the
it's
way,
easier to make with less labor than it should. Okay, so this you know my
but
problem with money.
that
You already know
you shouldn't
how I
you you
you
can
know.
have a problem with money, but you got to live here. So
I
it's
know.
fantasy talk. It doesn't matter if you have a problem with it.
Hey.
So what?
I know. I
You know
know.
what you
Just
sound
trust
like?
me.
You sound like
I
those
know.
rich lefties that I
Wow.
watch on YouTube that
Wow.
keep they
Really,
keep
dude?
banging that keep banging
Come
on
on,
money,
man.
but they're
Bruh.
millionaires. I'm
Bruh.
confused.
Don't do that,
You know,
man.
if I
Cause
see Bernie
I ain't
Sanders
them.
talk about rich folks one more time, and he's worth
Ah,
$5 or $10 million and got
you
3 homes.
already
He keep
know.
talking about
Listen. No, no, no,
uh.
no, no. First of
So
all,
is money
first of
evil or
all,
is it not
you
evil?
already
It's silliness, bro. I'm telling you, it's a distraction. It's silly, in my opinion. If you don't understand as an individual, you have to figure out how to get to the money as legal as you can get to it and live your life.
agreed.
People are playing you out. They are
Hold on.
playing you out. They are harnessing your anger and your frustration and your failure, and you're being taken advantage of. It's
What
on an
what are
individual level.
when
All
have
that
when
philosophy,
when have
all
I
that
when have I
philosophical bullshit don't mean anything at the end of the day.
when have I ever said that Bernie Sanders' philosophy um hampered him as far as trying to get leeway as far as
Because
trying to get things managed?
I put including
Always.
including not Mr. Fuller per se, but Dr. Welsing, all your pro blacks, all your anti-government people, your anti-monetary people, all you people. I put not anti-government, but all you people who believe in big government and all that stuff. I put all y'all in the same category because you're two things are happening. You're getting rich and successful in the current system, but
Right.
you are trying to bankrupt the country and really the world to turn it into a completely socialist system. But again, different conversation. I won't go down that road. I
Yeah,
won't
we
go
got to
there.
have that. We got to have
But
more context on that
people
one.
who
But
are
that's cool.
no, it's simple. If you're anti-capitalism and you're anti the republic, then what do you want me to say? It's like you're anti everything we are, and this is a great environment to be in with all of its warts. This is a great environment to be in, not a socialist environment. As good as it sounds, as utopian as it sounds. So when anyone tells you that they're against money, they don't like money, and all this other nonsense, it's
Right.
like go live in the jungle then. Because what are you talking about? You're bringing in more confusion instead of saying this is the reality. Now, if you want to go change it, and you have a group of people that want to manipulate the environment to get what you want and try to flip it to some new system, cool. But people need to explain it to people and say, this is what these folks are doing. And by the way, those people who are trying to
Right.
change the system, what's crazy is that they're all millionaires. That's what makes my
They're
mind
all in,
blows my
and
mind is that
and
you
that's
are a
those
capitalist. I
people
don't care what you
exactly.
say.
Exactly. That's why
You're not
who are the
giving away
people
your
who
money.
are the people that I'm mad at the
Shoot.
most? It ain't the people that's on the right, because the people on the right are the broke ones. The people on the left are the ones that's making all the money. Your Jinx, your
Right. But
all of these
they
people,
believe that they know better than you and how to live. That's why I'm on the right.
bruh.
Because they believe that they know better than you, that they're smarter than you, and we tell you what to do. We will feed you, we will clothe you. This is the best system, which don't even exist, by the way. I mean, it existed in Russia. We'll have everything for you. We'll take care of you. You're good to go. Let us do everything else. That is insanity based off this country and its history. And I believe in this country and its history about rugged individualism. And then you can give me a little bit of, you can throw a little bit of socialism in there, about 2, 3%, 4%, that you can kind of put in there
4%.
to
Okay. All right. All right.
from all the
All right.
fallout.
Slow down.
But my,
All
my,
right. All
no, my
right.
point is that people on the left, especially on the far left, they want to destroy it and make everybody get on
That's not what's
something.
happening.
I
That's what I'm
understand
saying.
it this
That's
way.
not
If
what's
you have
happening, though,
fallout,
Paradox.
but if you have
Paradox.
fallout, dude, they
That's not what
are
they're doing, bro.
re-engineering.
That's not
They're
what they're doing, man.
re-engineering the society, bro. I mean, it's so blatantly in your face. You have to be out of your mind right now.
But that's
They
not
have
what
been
they're doing, though.
re-engineering the society for 100 years at least. Feminism, socialism, anti-capitalism. I mean,
You
all
really,
the
you really think
endless
these
amount of
people?
things they
Hold
are
on, hold on.
doing
Let me
to
ask you a
put
question,
people into poverty, not
just
put people
real
into a
quick.
mindset of
I
economy and
I got you.
capitalism and being successful and focusing on that and taking care of your family and your life.
How
No, no, no. We don't want to do any of that. We want to destroy the whole thing. That's what they've been doing.
do you really believe that these people really follow those ideals that they're espousing? You think that they really believe
Yes,
in that?
bro. It's
No,
some
they
evil stuff
don't.
that they doing, bro.
No, but I'm saying they don't believe in that. They're just as big as capitalists as anybody else. All of them are. That's why I've been on that. They're not truly in as far as they don't believe in that because they love money too much. They love to be on top. That's not what you're seeing. What you're seeing is
No, they
trying to
don't want
have
you to have money.
control.
That's what I'm trying to tell
Exactly.
you.
Exactly.
Yeah, they want you to
Exactly.
practice socialism. And don't get it
But they're
twisted. On the right,
bro.
your crony capitalists, all the corporations, all the companies that are getting
Right.
all kind of they shouldn't be getting anything. Obviously, that's a problem. And also the warmongers. That adds more layers to it because I would argue, well, Nance on the left, it's been on the right forever. Somehow Trump's talking about peace and the left is talking about he's stupid. I'm like, I'm confused. I mean, he is saying the word peace the last time I checked. And so that's a whole other weirdness with him because everyone wants to do the opposite of him and it's making them sound to me even more wacky. To be totally honest with you, a man come out and say he wants peace. Period. I don't want. I'm negotiating. I just want peace. I just want peace. I want your people to stop dying, and I want peace. Oh, he's a Russian puppet. That's coming from the left. I'm thinking, aren't the left for peace? No, they're not for peace. I know the right's not for peace, by the way. Just so you know, it ain't like
Right.
the right
Okay.
want peace.
Right.
Right?
There
That's what makes
are
Trump
different
unique.
factors of everything. Yeah. So
But no, it makes Trump unique because if it's up to the capitalists, in my opinion, especially coming from the right, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Halliburton, BlackRock, and on and on. We can keep on going. Boeing and all the smaller companies that eat off of them companies that build weapons in our country. Obviously, they love. It's not that they love war, but it's a profit situation. Obviously, you can make money from it. So him wanting peace is not necessarily a great thing for obviously a lot of our government contractors, obviously, but it says a lot to me when they're painting people. They're just not being honest is my whole point about it.
do
And
you
I don't care about other nefarious things that might be going on because all people in that level of power is doing nefarious things, all the presidents. So it doesn't even matter about left or right when it comes to some of what I would call the standard operating procedure type stuff, right? He wants to do this or he wants to get this or he's hooking this person. Well, who ain't doing that? Right? Joe Biden pardoned his whole family, which is insane, by the way. Pre-pardon. It's like, hold up. How are you pardoning people who haven't committed a crime yet? Right? You talk about insanity. So we know it's all insane anyway. So to make Trump be the they're making me more of a fan of him, by the way. That's the freaky part, by the way. It's scaring me, actually. I'm like, hold up, are y'all really making me more of a fan of MAGA than I probably need to be at this point?
Oh boy.
They have all kind of problems that are happening, but everything has problems in it though. But ideologically speaking, because of the racial dynamics in American history, it's obviously it will always be a challenge because of who's in that party, obviously, and that's where it gets very deceptive, obviously. But you got to take what you can get based off your situation, though. So I can't worry about everything and have to like check on every single person in a particular party in politics and what they represent and what they believe in. And now I'm bound to that because I'm a part of it. It doesn't make any sense to me, at least. But I know that you disagree with everything I just said, but that's fine though.
I don't disagree with everything you just said. I think you disagree way more than with what I think as far as money and everything. I'm gonna let you have it though for right now. You guys up, y'all up, y'all up, y'all up. No, y'all up. So I'll let it.
You know what's so funny? You heard what Carville said, right? Carville said yesterday. He said, you know what?
That's what I'm saying. When you bring up these people that I disagree, that's what I don't like.
Well, these are the folks who formed the party, man. This is the reality.
No. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Like the party stuff. I'm not even talking about the party thing. That James Carville, you bringing up people that I don't I don't rock with James Carville. I don't rock with Cenk and them. I don't rock with any of these other people that you're talking about, especially Bernie Sanders. Come on, man. Me and you talked about ad nauseum about Bernie Sanders and that argument that he was making. We knew how nefarious it was. We knew it wasn't realistic. I'm one of the biggest people on that. Like you have to be able to be grounded in reality that you live in. That's it. Or if you're going to give people the alternative, you can speak about what you can do within the parameters of the system. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying stretch the system that way to what you can do. Other people don't believe that that's a viable option. I'm thinking that that needs to be done because of the limitations that people have within the system. That's all I'm saying. You can have more poor people and you can have uber rich, or you can have it to where you can kind of try to
Oh, you
balance
definitely
this
got more
thing.
poor people for sure.
You can try to balance this thing to where you can make poor people, not rich people. You don't make them rich. You don't make them even middle class, because I think middle class was an illusion. It was an illusion for like 20 years. After, think about it. The middle class in this country lasted for about a good 20 years, from the 50s, so-called 50s, to like 75.
Yeah, and then
By the time
you know
75, by the
America
time
decided to.
75 hit, no, I'm saying, but paradox, what I'm saying, by the time 75 hit, that shit was gone. Remember, we was looking at the situation when Ronald Reagan was in the Bronx. I think he was in the Bronx. He was having that conversation with people, and
Yeah,
they putting all that kind of pressure on him. And God bless him. He went there, he talked to the folks, he talked to the people. But my thing is that the bureaucracy and everything that's been in place has always been there, bro. It's
yeah,
not
but
going to
well,
change. It's not going to change since Trump is in there.
I'm gonna tell you. But
The
this is
only
the thing,
thing that
though.
he does is pull the scab off the actual. He pulls the scab off the actual wound. Now, some people
No,
believe that's a good thing.
He needs to come out and
Some
say
people believe
things.
that's a good thing. Other people
No,
don't
bro.
believe that's a good thing. Okay.
No, what he needs to come out and say, and all 50 governors need to tell everybody in the country, is that you need to take care of yourself, and we need to close the government down as much as possible. Maintain them things that you need to maintain that's most important to keep the economy rolling, but you need to get rid of a lot of this stuff. That's just me, though. You really, 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 truly do. From the surveillance state, the Patriot Act, it's just that's just one
But
of
who
a
put
million
those in?
things.
Paradox. Who put those into place, though,
The
Paradox?
government did. The
No, but
government.
what? Okay, you was talking about
The
party at first.
government.
You're talking about the right. Hold on. No,
I'm
no, no,
move.
no.
I'm moving. I'm moving all over the place right now.
Oh
The
my
government.
God.
The,
Yo, you gotta, but
what
see,
you
that's
mean?
what
Well,
I'm saying.
don't get it twisted. The thing is that Democrats and Republicans both. That's why Trump is such a problem. Is that both parties have structured things that created more bureaucracy. Both sides. In all
Exactly.
the states as well. There's laws. There's laws that should
Exactly.
have been deleted. There's tax laws that should. I mean, it's an endless. It's just
How many,
bureaucracy at the end of the day.
but paradox, how many states basically get federal funding,
All of them,
and how many states
even
get,
ones that pay
how
most of the
many states,
taxes, like California,
how
New
many,
York.
how many states get more than 50% of their funding for schools, police forces, their
They don't
materials?
get that. They don't get that much from the federal government. But I
No,
got you
I'm
though.
I'm saying that if you take these special programs, or whatever you want to call it, away, who decides that?
It does.
And how is the decision being made? And how are you basically removing these in a way to that is sufficient to where it doesn't hurt people on a local level? The reason why people are having
People
such a
have
fit,
to grow up, bro. It
listen
can't
what
be
I'm
this
saying to
nanny
you.
state stuff. Because what you're
Listen,
really talking about is people
it's
saying that, you know what, we
since
rely on certain
75,
things because we're not able to take care of
listen what I'm
ourselves.
saying, since
That's what you're talking about.
75, no, 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 no.
Yes, I
Since
feel it. I
since the
feel it
New
personally.
Deal,
Yes, it's
the
a yes, yes, yes.
what you're
We have
saying
been
is,
conditioned to say that,
if you,
hey,
paradox,
I need to go and
paradox.
protest, or
No,
I need to go
listen,
to my
bro.
government to do this or
Listen
change
what
this
I'm
or
saying
stop
to you,
that.
man. Listen what I'm saying to you. I want you to really, really listen what I'm saying. What you're saying is that the New Deal should have never got involved, because the New Deal
Yeah,
implemented government subsidies to people to have a foot up after the Great Depression, bro.
yeah,
That
I
was the
know.
solution. You understand what I'm saying? It
Right, we are a
got
long
too
way from that,
big.
bro.
Listen what I'm saying. You see, my thing is that we're a long way from it. But
Yep.
if you go to the original start of it was to basically cover up an actual system that was predatory on its face. So if you cover that particular spot up, you have to make it more streamlined to where people can't elevate to this exuberant level of having the haves and the haves not here, because it's still people going to be able to manipulate the system to the
You're
point where
always gonna.
the,
If you have to, I'm gonna say it again. It's just like being an American and loving your country with all its warts on it. you have to make a decision, and we're not being taught that. We're being taught this other weird freak. It's just this weird. I don't want to call it left. It really is left, but just this weird thing
How
about
is it?
having
How
to
is it?
rely on
How
things
okay?
that
Let me ask you something. How
I
is
don't.
it the
I don't.
left? How is it the left when basically most of the
I'm
military
not saying
funding?
it's the left.
Mo-
I'm just saying the ideas of it kind of comes out of the left because, like
we
you,
are in a liberal
yeah,
country by
that's
its
what I'm.
face.
That's my whole. But that's my whole point.
The whole
So
country
left
is
and right both. I'm just my whole point. Yeah, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, yeah, we on the same page with that. That's why I'm saying it that way. By the way, it's
the way
coming.
the
It is coming
Constitution
from the left, but
the way the Constitution is set up, the way the ideals are set up, it leans towards the left. If that's what you
right.
want to believe in,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah, yeah.
liberal. It's a liberal. The Constitution is a liberal foundation institution. That's why it's hard for the right to kind of put the authoritarian type of streamline practices in because they're trying to limit the government. But the government was supposed to be what? By the people and what? For the people and what? By the
A
people.
lot of people,
So the government,
and it's not.
in a sense,
It's some nefarious things been going on
I
for a
know
very
that.
long time.
I know that, but the reason why is because it got too big to fail. It literally got too big to fail. It
It is
literally
too
did.
big to fail. And so what happens is that when I talk about getting rid of it, it becomes authoritarian, and it's all these things you're doing. And what about the New
Because
Deal? And what
because
about
that
people
is
are?
the
It's
control.
covering up the
Because
struggle. And
that
like,
is
no,
the
no, no,
control.
no, 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 no. Helping people,
Paradox. Paradox. Hold on, hold on,
listen
hold
to
on,
me.
hold on,
Helping
hold on,
people who are
hold on.
older or who are struggling. How do you convert?
Our
How does it convert from that to a
paradox.
surveillance state? How does it
Paradox.
convert that to
Our
a police state?
our
See,
family
that's insanity.
because it's always been about control. You know that at the very top it's always
No,
been
it's
about
been about
control.
freedom. That's where we're on two different pages. So I'm not buying into all that stuff, man. I can't do it, bro.
You said it's been about
We
freedom.
we
Now
need to be believing. We need to
who's
be
living
believing
in
in freedom.
delusion? Who's believing in delusion now?
Well, the
It's never been
Constitution
about
itself
that, bro.
is ideas, right? So my
Yes,
point is that we live in a society that's not ruled by a king
but
and not ruled by a
to
pope.
manipulate they have been able to manipulate the Constitution, obviously, right?
Right.
So they have been able to use it and manipulate it to the point where they can do these things to be oppressive or to basically rule over groups of people. This the if you pass a
No,
law,
but the scary part is
if
that
you pass a law like when the Department of Defense was not the Department of Defense, but the Department of Homeland Security when it was created, right? It was
yeah,
created on the behalf of the American people to do what? To try to prevent what?
that was
To
terrible.
try to prevent
Terrorism
right. And
at
who
home.
was the main people pushing that at that particular time?
The right.
And the reason why it was all about security and being safe, right? That's why I say it's about
Well,
moving
well,
people.
no,
It's
the
paradox.
government is
This is
so.
what I'm
I'm gonna
saying.
tell you something. The government is so
Okay.
powerful, right? The government is so powerful. That's the problem.
That goes into the media machine too, by the way.
But my point is
That goes
this is the
into
problem.
showing over
We
and over again what's happening, that particular incident, having it basically be a
but
trauma
not
response for the people that
9/11.
experienced it during that time period, all of that stuff, man.
9/11 showed me how much of a coward most Americans are. Is my whole point. And
Okay.
the fear that they was able to propagate is very problematic. And what it showed me was, oh wow, we had a couple of planes hit a building, and just because of that event, there were people being interviewed literally saying, I would give up my freedoms
Right.
because of what happened.
Right.
And I still have nightmares about those statements. That's 20 years ago, bro. And I'm
That's what
like,
I'm saying.
wow,
That's our
it's
lifetime.
crazy
That's
how
our youth.
as a government gets so powerful that an event happens, they can exploit it
But it's not just the
and
government. You
maximize it.
use paradox. You use the media. You use other things to kind
I
of
know how
push
they're
the
doing it. Yeah, of course.
so what you just spoke about, that's what I mean. It's not okay. Not to get lost in the
And
weeds
I
because
hate
I think go ahead.
no, I was saying, and I hate that so many Americans have gotten it's and I'm a part of it, by the way. I'm not distancing myself from. I'm a part of it. I feel it. It happens to me and everything. Is that we've gotten conditioned to have to. I'm dead serious, by the way. I mean, I've been conditioned to want to rely on the government, at some point. Like, I need the government to do this. I need the government to do that. I got these
Y-
issues here. I got these issues there. But I've been kind of conditioned instead of looking at things in a way where, you know what, me and my family need to resolve this problem. Me and my family need to do this X, Y, and Z. But because of how we, like you said, because of how this system is structured, it sort of allows you to kind of can go on your own and kind of do your own thing, and that can be taken advantage of. And I would even tie it back to like the system says, okay, the wife or the mother can go to work, right? Because of how we got the system, right? And we're gonna sell it to her and get her to go to work. And what happened is all of the children get raised by strangers. Now, people we've been talking about that forever, right? That's an old conversation. But like it's things like that. It's across the board though. The more independent you become in your mind and how the system is structured, it makes you more independent, but it makes you more vulnerable. And you really don't understand it until big events happen and you realize how much control you don't have. And I always wanted to myself, if we were more family oriented as a society, we relied more on our parents and grandparents and great grandparents for advice. If we sort of got the media and got the government sort of out of our business, nationally, and sort of made the federal government much, 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 much weaker. I just wonder how would that reshape. And I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean. When this society, somebody in this society told us that we can't say certain things, and we can. I won't. I'm not even gonna bring up what those things are. I'm just gonna say we can't say certain things and we can't do certain things. Now, if we didn't have such a powerful government and the way it gets manipulated, I believe that those things could not get introduced. But somehow I can't say certain things during certain times of the year. And I'm thinking to myself, how is that possible? What government apparatus or even the academic environment and that class of people, how are they able to enforce these things to where all of a sudden I can't do certain things anymore? How is that even possible? But anyway, I digress. You want more of that, though. I get you.
I'm not saying that, bro. I'm saying that we have to be tethered to what? Me and you. We have to be tethered to what? Our reality and
Yeah, it's a
how to work
reality, of
within
course.
our reality. That's it. That's
But
just where we
someone
at.
is
Hold on.
reshaping the reality, someone is manipulating the
Of
reality, and
course.
I have
Of
the
course.
right to push back on it. I have the right not to accept it.
So do
I
I.
have the
That's
right to
why I
use my
do.
freedom of speech and use YouTube and the corporation of YouTube to say what I got to say within the rules, of course.
Right. Don't forget that. You gotta make sure you tie it with a good
Uh,
little tight
but I'm
knot
gonna tell you,
within the
but I'm gonna
rules,
tell
of
you why
course.
I say that, right? White men,
That's
I've been
funny.
so excited. White men have decided to rise up over the last 10 years and say, you know what, y'all gonna stop bullying us, and we're going to get back to what we want to do. It's been a beautiful thing to watch, by the way. Been a beautiful thing to watch. You've been punishing these people, and now they have a global. I follow so when you look at Australian news and you watch English news and watch German, and everybody around the world who's been trying to been upset about a lot of the things socially. Uh, which on some level I thought at some point was a distraction, but actually it's invasive at this point into everyday lives, which is kind of crazy. Instead of just being just some nonsense, becomes reality. It affects people's jobs, careers, and everything. And to watch them come together collectively, all types too, on the left of politics, on the right of politics, have no politics at all, and how they all kind of organize globally, basically, to kind of move things back. Uh, to being able to have more freedoms, I would say what they want to say, feel the way they want to feel, do what they want to do. And it's like I told you, it's very, very interesting as a person that's classified as black, having to pick a side and see where would I get my benefits from. If I'm over here on the right with these folks and what they're doing, what do I get anything out of that? Or if I'm over here on the left with these folks, am I getting anything out of that? And what does it mean for the I'm saying the entire civilization on just on the social level of things. When you look at the social level, you're thinking to yourself, well, if I'm more on the left, I have to tolerate X, Y, and Z. If I'm more on the right, I gotta tolerate, again, X, Y, and Z. And which one is worth it? Where do I get the more benefits at? And am
Can I
I
say
being
something?
impacted? But am I being impacted? But I'm being manipulated by the left at the same time. From a racial perspective, I'm being manipulated and having to uh, capitulate to all of the different um, fantasies that they have, basically, right? All those weird things they want to do. I have to deal with that because of what I look like and the history that they have basically co-opted and have exploited using people like actually Mr. Fuller and Dr. Welsing actually, and have
Mhm.
somehow manipulated those messages
Weaponized
and
it
been
against
able
it. Yeah.
to actually say, oh, we're going to take your stuff, put you at the tip of the
Right.
spear, but we're going to attach things that's going on in Vietnam to what you are. Because that's a
Mhm.
part of you too, and things that's going on in this country, and things are going on in this group in America, and then there's so many different groups attached to that. And then I have to make a decision: where do I go?
Can I tell you something though? I just want to make sure that we're out of context here. And I know this is not what you're saying, but this is what I mean by when people listen, I want people to really understand that what you're saying is legitimate, right? You're right about maybe like 70 to 75% of what you're saying. Some of the other stuff is a little wonky, but the majority of it is correct. But I would just like to put this out here for context. The US federal government is the largest employer in the United States. The largest. This is just the information that we've been shown. Here are the largest departments: the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice. This is in order. The Department of Veteran Affairs, the Navy, the Army, the Department of Homeland Security. Now, I really back to what we're talking about, right? And you think about the context of how you put left and right and all of this type of stuff, and we talk about the people that's at the very top to the very medium top. I'll say medium top. I know you know what I mean by that. Of these particular agencies that we're talking about, that me and you are privy to, these folks, these folks are not very so-called wonky or whatever you want to call it. All this kind of stuff, this and that, other. These are very, very intentional, serious, very deadly people. Right or wrong, right or wrong, paradox. Right or wrong.
Yeah, you right. Yeah, you
And
right.
when it comes down to it, the information that is displayed when we start to talk about it, and we start to talk about how the media works. Because see, like I say, the Alex Jones of the world, the Cenk Ugert, the Anna Kasarn, whatever her name is. These people, these are
And I can smell
capitalists.
it.
They are fucking capitalists to their heart, bro. And they use these ideologies from these so-called, what I call fillers, right? Government fillers, people that actually work for, I could say this, people that actually work for the government. They give out information, a little bit of truth, but no context to what it is. And these people run with it, and they filter it on their own lens of what they have understanding of, and they think they know what they're talking about, and they end up misinforming people. But it's energized by some kind of reality that they have formulated through their media machine, through their so-called channel, or through their particular people that support them and that support their particular group. And that's still managed by us. You think, Paradox, let me ask you something, man. This is just a general question. You can just say yes or no. Do you think that there's no agency that basically review all the so-called political YouTube channels on YouTube? Every single one? You can just say yes or no.
Oh yes, of course.
And why do you think they do that?
Terrorism,
But the key component of it, the key
overthrowing,
component,
stop, worried about the government being overthrown. Oh man, it's
exactly,
a
exactly.
whole list of things.
It
Or
doesn't
just
even
try to
think
find
about
out where
this.
the minds of the people are, so they can use so
There
they
you
can
go.
have that information to be able to
That's
run
it.
campaigns on, politics on,
There
sell
you
things to you.
ding,
Yeah, it's a
ding,
whole list
ding,
of
ding.
things.
It's
Yeah.
exactly because at the end of the day, we
Yeah,
are a
Google them have whole
collective.
profiles on us
We
about
are
how what your spending habits, everything, all of it.
we are
Yeah,
a
of course.
collective. We are a
And it's on the
collective
stock
group
market
of
as well.
beings.
Yeah, it's on
That's
the
what I'm
stock
saying.
market as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We are a collective group of beings, man. There are some fallout, but the fallout is not enough to make any significant movement change as far as what they
Well,
have.
the fallout is the solve for fallout is Donald Trump.
Right. He is a
So he's the
fallout.
solution. He's a solution. Yeah.
No. That's where because here's the thing though.
What are you talking about?
He's
Who do you
he's
think
part
support him? Look at the
he's
money. Look at the math.
he's part
His
of
number one supporter is uneducated high school dropouts or high school graduate white males. That's his core base who don't have no money. So I mean, he is dealing with this is what he's dealing with, the fallout. He's the answer to that. This system every 2 to 4 years, have certain environments in the country's moving the way it's moving, and when things are getting tight, things are struggling. There's a strategy, especially if you're a politician, if you want to get elected. There's a strategy you're going to exploit. So what do? The Mexicans or the illegal immigrants is taking your jobs, right? So that's a political spin. It gets people activated when the time is right for it, because people say all these things every 4 years, of course,
right.
and you don't know what's going to hook. It's just where the society feels that it's at. And at that, so when you say something that resonates, okay, we're going to run with that, and they just run with that, of course. And so you get all the people who yell and scream about how this is racist and this is this. It's politics. And when somebody was talking, I mean, I can play videos of Obama talking about sending everybody back out the country.
Absolutely.
Bill Clinton in '93 cut the federal government by 10%. He laid off like 400,000 people. I mean, but Trump ain't even close to that number at this point. He's at barely 1%. So I mean, the thing is that the media is saying things. I mean, it's.
But to what you were saying, shrinking the government, nobody did that more than Bill Clinton. At that
of
particular
course, he's
time,
the most.
he cut welfare
everything
in half, bro.
Yep.
In half. It was to the point where all these people were hurting. They were like, "Yo, like this is crazy." What he ended up doing, because he boosted the private sector so much. That's why the so-called, the tech boom and all that kind of stuff kind of grew around that time, because people were getting innovative with the technology, and it kind of worked in his favor, luckily. So he kind of had good fortune with the so-called markets, and during the time period of having some sustainable growth within the economy, to where what he did with some of the subsidies, it kind of cut a little bit of the fat. But he did boost the military apparatus also, the funding for that. But he shrunk the government. That's the only time, if you look at the numbers, that's the only time that the government actually shrunk. Like literally, the spending, everything.
Well, historically, the federal government was very small. Historically, I mean, it was small.
So
until you get, like you said, until you really get to the New Deal, really.
But yeah, I
think you believe in big, but you do believe in big government, though. Big government, big control, surveillance.
I believe
controlling everything. Social credit scores, all of it.
I believe the problems.
It's not going to solve the problem. I live in a Western civilization. If you study Western history, I'm telling you right now, it's not a solve. That's the problem.
Listen, what I'm saying. I believe that the problems that were caused by the big government need to either be alleviated, if it's known that this will be the best course of action to shrink a certain so-called program or government agency within that particular jurisdiction, then do so. But just to cut it all the way, just how they're doing certain things without no kind of boundaries, no kind of limitations and stuff like that.
Welcome to corporate America.
But see, that's what I'm saying though. That doesn't
most
work out.
Most of the country lives that way.
But paradox, it doesn't work out at the end of the day, because when these local people start to get this particular pain that they're going to feel, they're going to still look for the so-called government handouts, and it's going to be a windfall of that's going to happen so-called next term, or whoever gets in office the next term. It's still going to happen.
If the Republicans squeeze you and cut your Medicaid and Medicare, right, Social Security, cut everything, right, and shrink the government, and the people scream, they'll just vote for the left, and they would implement new plans to get the stuff right back. You see what I'm saying? Like if the American people, because me and you both know, only about half of society probably votes, right? Something like that every 4 years, 50-60%, right? and then half of that group, at least in these last 4 or 5 cycles, half of that group votes one way, and the other half votes the other way. So you're only talking about a third of the voting adults that's putting someone in power, right? Roughly. So even that, like you said, even that is even interesting when you think about. It's not like you're getting 95% participation, and you're getting a true sense of what people really want collectively. Even if they try to understand it.
I wish this country did that. I wish we had like at least 70% of the electorate here vote. I would love to.
That was engaged, yeah.
I would love not even just engage, but just vote. Within the midterms, just midterms, and then national election. I would just love to see what that would look like. A couple of
Because, like
cycles.
you said, the
It'll
media
give
is
us a good idea
the
where we
media
are.
keeps saying things like what the American people want, and I'd be looking at them like, how do
That's
you know?
what I'm trying
What
to.
do
But
y'all know what people
Paradox,
want?
see, you keep
And
coming
these
back to it. But
nonsensical
that's
polls that they
Paradox.
run. It's like, what are these y'all talking
It
about?
keeps
Huh?
coming back. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It keeps coming back to that back and forth of the media working with government agencies, being informed a little bit about different things. You think that Alex Jones is not speaking to somebody that actually worked for the government? When you talk about a source or whoever
He says
telling
he
him
does
stuff,
all the time.
these
Yeah,
are
he doesn't hide
federal
that.
employees. So how do you gonna sit up there and this is what I want people to understand. You go through a
I
whole
think the argument is America doesn't have to be an
but
empire.
I
It's the
have to,
biggest question,
but
by
see,
the way.
no, but I just really want to be, I really want to be just open and transparent here. You go through a whole process just to get confidential clearance. We're not talking about high level security clearance. You go through a whole process. They check your family, they check what you school, all this stuff. Let alone before they get to the lie detector test and then they get to the so-called questions about your personality. They already know you. They're just trying to see what pressure points you have, what you're going to do when certain information gets into your sphere. Are you going to crack? Are you going to be able to understand things of that nature? Everybody has a tell. Everybody has a trigger. If you think that these people that you're listening to that has over 1 million followers are not being influenced by other particular so-called people I just can't listen to somebody be anti-government when you got over 1 million so-called followers and you're getting so-called it doesn't make that grassroots level. It doesn't work on that level. You're silence. You're like Nilly Fuller. That's why it was worth listening to him, because he didn't ever grow to that particular level because it wasn't something that they wanted to shine light to. You see what I'm saying? It's a difference. There is a difference between certain groups of people that are getting that light and that shine, and the reason why it basically can grow and develop. There's tangibles to these things that people are talking about, and I'm not going to be totally oblivious to corporate bureaucracy, the federal funding that's out of control, people spending too much money, cutting the fat. I know what all of that means. But when you get into the details of that, okay, so what are we going to start with? What are we going to start with? Now, I just listed the things that gets the most money, right? The Department of Defense. Are we cutting funding for the Department of Defense, Paradox? I'm asking you a question, bro.
I would have said, I probably would have said no 2 years ago, 4, 6, or 8. I don't know. I would just say this.
all
The
right,
House.
all right.
I would just say that the House just passed a bill that has hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe even $1 trillion in cuts in the social programs, and they added 100 million. They're requesting an additional 100 million to DoD. So
not
to answer your
100
question,
million, not 100
100
million.
billion,
Oh,
100
okay,
billion,
okay.
something like that. I heard.
Say that.
I heard.
Say
I think
that
I heard
again.
that.
I want you to repeat that for people, so this notice not coming from liberal lefty DC. Can
It's
you
just
please?
news, though. It's information.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking
Yeah,
for a friend.
they just passed. They just passed. If I'm not mistaken, they just passed the bill in the House. It's going to
Right.
the Senate, I think, already. Been there.
Okay.
But yeah, the plans are to cut the social programs, Medicare, Medicaid,
Yeah.
Social Security, and to they put 100 billion in there, if I'm not mistaken, to raise it up to 100 billion.
And if you ever want to understand the reason
Now
why
that
we
is.
talk about, hold on,
Go
but
ahead.
don't. If you ever want to understand the reason why we talk about the empire the way we do, and why they deem it the most important, where do you spend most of your money? Where's most of your funding going? Where are most of the focus going? And who are these people that
Well,
are in charge of these particular
Well, that's
departments?
why.
That's it.
Well, that's why there is a portion of America that wants the empire to come to an end, and want America to get out of the business of nation building and want to get out of the business of global reach and just
That's
stick to
not going
business.
to happen. Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. That's not going to happen, and it's not going to happen for one particular reason. Because if you believe, if you think that your
Well, I mean, it's
safety,
risk.
hold on,
It's
I'm
risk
saying,
if you do
but
that.
I'm saying, if you
It's a
think that
lot of
your
risk, actually.
if you think that the reason why you feel so called safe or feel free to walk around in your neighborhood, you think that that doesn't come a cost to anybody else that's walking around the planet or a globe because of the nefarious things that you talk about and you deem to be so crazy going on in other places. That's why the Israel, that's what I'm saying. That's why
Well,
the
you
Israel,
have
that's
to
why the
ask.
Israel, that's why the Israel and Palestinian argument, I didn't understand. I was like, this been this been ongoing for decades now, and now it becomes this so-called, you think it's going to change with Trump in office? Like, this is a that's a bipartisan issue. It doesn't have anything to do
Well,
with
Israel is
left
our
or right.
ally, so that's a different
But that's what I'm
conversation.
saying. That's but Paradise, you know what I'm saying, bro.
But Trump
Like,
said something very. Trump said something very great. He said it hasn't gotten picked up, unfortunately, in my opinion. He said he was talking about Putin and Gigi. He said, let's forget about all this war stuff and let's just make some money. That
I
no one's
remember
picked
that.
that up. You know that
I know.
nobody's picked that up in the media,
I
right?
know. I know. Because
He
because
said
he's,
he
he's
said he says
transactional.
things that makes a lot of sense,
He's
and
transactional. I get it. Yeah,
which
no,
is a great thing. I'm not mad at it. I love it. I'm happy with it.
okay.
Great. That's great. All these overeducated Harvard,
See,
Princeton
don't do that.
psychopaths.
See,
They want to do all of this weird stuff with the planet and want to do all this crazy stuff,
you just can't.
with
You
energy
can't.
and trying to control. If you don't think there's a group of globalists in this country, now you got me sound like Alex Jones, that is clearly not trying. I mean, Europe, etc. Right? It's clearly not
So who?
trying to
I will
literally
raise you. Hold
control
on.
everything in the world. You're crazy.
So who is Elon Musk? Who is Elon Musk?
Is it American? Last time I checked,
Who
what do you
is?
think it
Oh,
was?
come on, man. All right, bro. You
He's not
just
an
described.
American. He's
You
an
just said
American. What are we
something.
talking about?
No, no. You just said something,
Just a
and I
guy.
said,
He owns
who
a
is?
few companies.
Unbelievable. Now, the last time we talked, that's not how you described Elon Musk. That's not how you
I think.
described him. No,
How did I
you did
describe
not.
him?
You called him a Nazi. That's what you said.
Did I call him a Nazi? I don't think I called him a Nazi.
You did
He
say
had,
that.
he had to play that video. I don't think I said that.
I
That's
said,
crazy.
"Oh, okay." What? You did not say that. You don't remember saying that. Okay. All right. Maybe I got it wrong.
I,
I could get it wrong. I could get it
I
wrong. My
don't think I
bad. My
said that
bad.
about Elon. Nazi's
Okay.
crazy.
Okay.
I
Anyway,
mean,
but
no. I'm gonna do it. I do it the way I do it to everything. The from a left right perspective, I know what I get the culture and the historical implications and how people on what side they're on, and it's even divided on some level by race, which is in itself problematic when it comes to African Americans. But from an Elon's perspective, I don't think if he's a Nazi and if Trump's a Nazi or they're a fascist, they're all Nancy Pelosi is a fascist and a Nazi. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's all the same. Like, for me, honestly, it's a wash. White people and black people would not make me mad and emotional about white people and their status on this planet. So I don't care if you're Chuck Schumer or AOC or if you're Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. To be honest with you, it doesn't really matter to me. It's all the same. It's a wash for me. It's all the same. I don't see a difference when I see a Caucasian or a European. To me, I just bag them all into one bag when we're talking about that type of stuff. And the reason why I do that is because they make you emotional, right? They talk about slavery. They talk about Jim Crow. They talk about apartheid. And Elon's father was a part of the apartheid, and the history of this and this. I got it. I got it. But I know what you're doing. So when you're trying to stay grounded, you cannot allow race to be used to make you very emotional. And I've been there, so I'm not immune to any of this, by the way. But trying to maintain, because I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't really know that. By the way, I didn't really know that that's what's really happening. Is that the media specifically and the politicians and other nefarious players, I think they do things to create environments for events to happen, and then they exploit it. And I think Black Lives Matter woke me up to that. BLM, George Floyd, and then all the movements that surrounded that. It could be the what is the women's one called? The women's right movement, whatever that thing was called, whatever they call that thing. But all those things, I didn't see it at the time I don't think, maybe we did analyze. I can't remember, but I don't think I saw it at the time to the until I started going to operation, right, and experience it. Because me and you was observing it, and we was talking about it in real time, but it didn't form itself yet, right? So to live through it and to watch it form, and now go back and look at them like they really do use race to control us. I'm like, they really, like, it really works. You understand what I'm saying? When you put the money behind it, you put the media behind it, you put Hollywood behind it, people pick sides on the left and on the right, and then the internet feeds it, and just how all the environments feed something based off exploiting a particular situation, right? So if Trayvon gets killed, if George Floyd gets killed, if Tamir Rice gets killed, and black people in general gets killed, I couldn't really have a real good vision on, oh, how is this taken? It ain't even about George Floyd or Tamir Rice. There is something else going on here. I was thinking, like you said, and to me, we really started to pick it apart, right? We're like, let's go to some of these protests, let's go to some of these events, let's engage, right? Let's get involved, let's sign up for some stuff. Let's just see what this really is. Because again, well, at the time we were a little bit younger, but you understand what I'm saying. We was being told stories about what's happening in the past, right? But actually watching it go into play as the entire country has been shifting since the 90s-ish, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, sort of watching that shift happen, to see how people took that event, and instead of us saying, it's unfortunate what happened, it's horrible what happened, us as a community, we need to come together. We need to get closer to one another. We don't want nobody involved, by the way. We need to come closer together. Tell the media we're good. We don't want you putting that on. We're just going to work with the family, work with our friends in that area, go to those places, spend time with our friends and family, connect more as a group of people, bind ourselves to bind together more, be more of us. But instead, some other stuff happened, right? Organizations got created. Everyone started profiting off of it. It became a Trojan horse, and I'm not going to list those things at this point. I don't want to talk about that stuff, but it was a Trojan horse for a whole list of goodies on the left. And then, of course, it forced the right to make a play, and then a whole bunch of goodies came into the right based off that event that the left started taking advantage of. And then both groups is eating, and we still where we are. And so it's very interesting because you're kind of forced to go along with things. You have to accept things. You can't be against any of the stuff. You can't speak against any of the stuff because of how it's structured and how they make it so sensitive that even if you start speaking against it, depending on how you do it, you won't get no play, right? Because it won't resonate with people. It won't make any sense to people because of how they're being controlled emotionally. Very, very dangerous. If they kill a black person, lynch, hang a black person, imprison a black person, and then they're able to take that from me and create a whole world around that event, ICE push me out of it, make billions of dollars off of it, reformat the whole system, basically. All the corporations, media, everything is reformatted. And we may get 2% of that, 3% of that, but they have put some tokens up and they will sell it to us. And I don't want, like you said, I don't want to get into all the details of it, but it's just a very, very interesting sort of restructuring of how they did it. And then on top of that, to watch the backlash of it and have no protection. You're fired. Close it down. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We're going to go back to how it was. Well, hold up. And I said, so this is the end of it. So now you can study that 5 to 10 year period and say, well, that's very interesting. What do we get out of these things? Is it worth it? Should we move a little bit differently? Does that make more sense? Bruh, if you cannot see the last 5 to 10 years and look at this entire space and just watch how it forced all these events to take place. It manifested all these events, basically. They grew out of this environment. And it really does start back with that stuff from 2015, 16, 17, in my opinion. And it was already set up to go, right? For the last, 2015, we'll say 85, right? It's been building and building and building and building and building. It's been set up. All the things have been put in place. It's like all the plans were put in place, right, over all those years. And they was waiting on that one moment. It took a certain moment in time, and we had to be conditioned a certain way, and they went roughshod. And then the backlash happens. And then what are we supposed to do, DC? You tell me that. What are we supposed to do? What do we do now? We're trapped because we done sold ourselves to these people over here, and it's like wasn't the right play. If we go back and analyze it, no one's gonna do that. By the way,
Now people are doing it. People are doing what you're doing. People are rebranding, but this is the thing though. Instead of going forward and doing better, they're running back to something that is they're running away from having that difficult discussion and just traveling to the other side thinking that that's going to solve it too, and that doesn't end up solving it. It ends up being a back and forth. That's what I'm saying. Like, you remember I was saying that the problem that I had with the whole conversation was not the whole deal that there's no such thing as racism on the left, because that's ridiculous, or that the right is this and that. It's the fact that running back to something that is a little bit more obvious or a little bit more blatant and expecting to get that some kind of reprieve from that doesn't make sense when it's going to push back to the other side that is less or comes across as less restrictive and give you a little bit more movement, and it still doesn't get you to where you feel like you need to go. That's the cycle it seems to be with the group that we're dealing with here. And that's the problem that I have overall with it. I don't have any problem with what your analysis is. It's just formatting that into the current system that we live in. It's just unrealistic. Because at the end of the day, if it's truly revolutionary about the class struggle and about people that are basically at the bottom and we're trying to make that work, that would naturally come together naturally. We don't have to have these labels tagged onto it. We would just get into groups where, okay, these are the people that are suffering the most, whether they're so-called LGBT, black, whatever, gay, this, whatever the case may be. These are the people that basically have their grievances, and that's where they belong. And these are the people that have their grievances, that's where they belong. We're not like stuck on the Snowpiercer machine where basically people are basically listed into literal grievances groups. This particular group gets treated this way because they're this, or even the new one, the Shiloh. They have TV shows about it all the time, but the ones that they don't deal with that are more complex is the racial equation, because race is such a nefarious thing that you can go in and out of it. And then it depends on whatever group is willing to accept a certain group of that particular dynamic that confuses the other people that's at the bottom of that group to see somebody extend to a certain class. Then that means that the argument don't make sense anymore. That's why it's kind of it's a when you throw that into play, it causes confusion. That's why I think when Mr. Fuller, going back to the code and everything, Mr. Fuller says what, if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you do understand will confuse you. So it's one of those kind of deals. But it's I understand what you're saying, bro. It's just I think things are just taken out of context. They used the mistreatment against black people to create another so-called group or so-called I guess buffer between getting things actually done for black people, and it caused a rift. So when it was able to take it away, they could
it
take it
wasn't
away at any
about us.
time.
It wasn't about it. That's the problem. Is that
Oh,
it's
I
a
agree.
game.
I agree.
The
Yeah, it
problem.
was it wasn't
That's
about
what
us
I'm
at
trying
all.
to say. That's what I'm trying
True.
to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Like you just said, right? You structure it in a way where it appears you're being helped. It appears to be a certain way. But when you go back and look at it, really, really, really scrutinize it, and I'm still scrutinizing it every day. I think about it every day, of course. But when you think about it, Kamala raised $2 billion, right?
That's facts.
I will make this argument for you. If the left, because that's like you said, that's the trick. They're getting so rich, be it the green environment,
Mhm.
with the green movement, political movements, it's a whole list of things. They're getting, I mean, filthy rich, right?
Yep.
And what's so funny about the left and the complexity of it. Back in the day, before everything blew up with Trump in 2015, right? You would have like, remember they did a pledge. They asked all the billionaires to give all their money away before they die. So that's left. All that stuff comes from the left, right?
I
Or like
remember
all these
that.
pledges they would do, or
Shoot,
all
Occupation
all all,
Occupation
all
Wall
sort of
Street.
yeah,
Those are
all
rich
all
kids out there
yeah,
protesting. Those are not poor
yeah.
kids.
So all sort of things to say, well, it's inequality in America, and that we want to make these people do things, and people support it left, right, or whatever. People support it or don't care, and it's just what it is. What it is, and it.
But you have people who want to, obviously restructure the society. Those are the ones who kind of pushing a lot of the stuff because they, like you said, I will concede things with capitalism, and you need some regulations, obviously, to keep things from monopolizing because that's obviously how it happens in this system. You can't deny certain things, right?
Hmm.
So you got to figure, you got to get to a lot of those things. Of course, it makes it very difficult. But anyway, she raised $2 billion, right? And like Black Lives Matter people, they raise hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, right? And when you sit back and think, if you think to yourself, well, okay, George Floyd gets killed. Okay, we're gonna use that moment to improve the lives of Black Americans specifically, right? Very, very laser focused. That's never been a thing, of course, but very laser focused. He was killed. We're not gonna racialize it. We're not gonna get emotional about it. We're gonna say this. Look, Democrats, we support you the most, and we need some. We the society is turned up. We need X, Y, and Z. Okay. And I know you. And now this is what I'm going to say where the conflict is at. The left, like you said, is both. On one hand, they all for big business, but they act like they're not because other people.
Right.
I would say I rather say it this way. What makes our system so confusing? Say it like in England. I want to say in England they have, I don't know, 7 or 8 real parties, right? Or 6, whatever the number is. Meaning that if you are a Green Party, or if you are independent, or if you are libertarian,
Hmm.
Republican, or if you are a you anti-capitalist, right? Or whatever, right? You would have actual people in the government to support you, not one person, Bernie Sanders, or the guy up in Vermont, in Maine. I think he's an independent, old tall white guy. He's independent, but he tends to vote with the Democrats mostly. But anyway, but these people don't actually have power in the system, right? They do a lot of yelling and screaming, and they have a lot of concepts, but they're not. They don't have. They don't have political power. They don't have the numbers, right? And it's always unusual. It's like they talk so much, but I'm like, why don't y'all have people outside like AOC, Jamal Bowman, Ilhar Omar? You have 3, 4. You know what I'm saying, right? You have a handful, 1, 2, 4, 5 here and there that come and go, but they yell and scream so much, and they push a lot of these agendas. But my point is this though: there is so much money that came out of Black Lives Matter specifically, and the Kamala election, and even you can even go back to Obama's election. At least I would at least say in 12. I give you a pass on 8. The amount of money that gets generated and the things that can be done for us that won't cause disruption. This is the problem. The left, I don't know who they hate. I don't know what they hate. But I will say this: Pharrell had an event. I know I'm kind of all over the place, but I'm gonna tie it together. I'm gonna try to. Pharrell had a big event, right? Now I knew that he had crossed over as a person of color when he was protested against about big business, because I think he was doing a deal with some company or something, right?
Hmm.
And he got protested, and he let the protester counter. They said, "Let her talk. That's fine. Let her talk. Let her talk." My point is that the left is very complicated because they have people in that party who will push against having practicing capitalism, making money, right? They prefer to maybe run things through programs or whatever they want to do, whatever their ideas are. We live in a society. At the end of the day, when we strip everything down, we live in a society that's about making money and having a nest egg and having some money to be able to live your life, not being rich necessarily. That's really, to me, fundamental in this country. It overrides race, it overrides religion, it overrides everything, because believing in Jesus or Muhammad or John Smith does not put food on your table unless you actually is the pastor, right? So we know at the end of the day, it comes down to the money. Period. That's why all churches have banks. I mean, we can just keep on going with that. By the way, it's still going to be the money. They generated so much money around the world, quote unquote, to help out Black people. Dude, it's so many billions of dollars, bro. They could have gave as an example to make us self-sufficient, to make us independent, to break us away from them, is to maybe set up a bunch of businesses or send us all to school, whatever it would be, right? I don't have I can't give you a hard idea on what that would be, but it's not what just happened, which is like I said, a Trojan horse. You would have been able to give us resources in whatever form they want to be, and it's a hard stop at that point. There's a hard stop there. If you want to make the argument, right? If your claim is we've been mistreated, we're the lowest of the low, we don't have anything, we're gonna have no wealth by 2040, and all this other nonsense that's out here with all these goofy people that's talking about all this weird stuff, in my opinion, you would say on the left, you're in power. Why don't you free us up? But they won't do it, right? They would not let us go and say, you know what, I'm gonna set things up to where it frees you. So, for example, I think Roland Martin got like 30,000 from the Kamala Foundation, from the Kamala Harris thing, right? Whatever, he got a little bit of money from there.
Yeah.
A couple other groups. No, he didn't get 30,000. He got like 30,000 or 15 or 20. It's low. But there was other groups that got money. You would hear black people who were on the streets complaining in the land and other places they didn't get any resources or whatever. The question is, where did the money go? Especially with people who are anti-money. So I'm like, you raised $2 billion. You didn't funnel what 1% of that to black people? My point in saying is this, and like you said, and I can't do anything about the structure is the structure. Things are already set up, things are already moving, and people know how to do this already, right? So it's already in place. But I do notice that on the left specifically, because that's where we mostly are, 85% voting or whatever, across in some places 95%, in some cities and some states, we vote almost at 100% left, right? You would just naturally think that we would be getting a hookup on scale, not individual tokens, not people here and there and all that stuff, but just on scale. You would think that, oh yeah, 50% of Kamala's, when the money came in, she funneled 50% of their money to all black organizations to go out and do campaigning. In white areas, black areas, Hispanic, doesn't really matter what the area is, right? Because when it's not, because the white folks can go to any place. There's no rules, right? So you would take half. We would just argue. I would say take half. You probably would set up 500 companies, right, across the country. You would feed them hundreds of those millions of dollars to those groups to do the campaign, whatever you want, whatever they're doing. I don't know where none of the money goes, but I know we get very little of it. That's just one little teeny thing. Is my whole point. Right? It's one little very, very small thing. And if you expand it out and say, well, George Floyd gets killed, you raised 10, 15, 20, 30 billion dollars. And what you did was you decided to tokenize a bunch of all type of weirdos, including some blacks that are weirdos as well, and made them DEI people in companies and gave them jobs here and gave them jobs there. But really, when you strip it back a little bit, what you really see is a lot of white men and white women who got a whole lot of DEI companies and a whole lot of DEI consulting groups. And when you look at the numbers, you're going to find it's very small percent. Even with all that visual, when you look at the actual numbers, very small percentage are specifically black people. Even in those companies that are getting the token jobs, that's clearly you see now is very vulnerable to whatever the move the companies in that particular day, and then all of a sudden it's over with it, right? So what my point is that, but if you would tie us more into the capital part of it and say, well, look, we're on the left, y'all support us almost at 100%. When money comes in and funnels in, you're getting half of it, at least minimum. That doesn't exist. And then it makes it more freaky because those same people, why would they want you to run a company? They're anti that stuff. That's what makes it weird about it. They want to put rules and checks in, which make it harder for you to even start a business. So even that is sort of kind of a twisted thing when you think about it, right? Because on one hand, they're all rich, they all making money, right? They're all, especially on the coast, California, New York, and stuff like that. They're making crazy money. And things where they live at, you can't even afford to live around them. So that's even more weird when you think about it. But my point is that it's just very, very strange. Instead of saying we're going to make more blacks as many as we can, we're going to make them as independent as possible. Have you noticed when a lot of immigrants come to America? Now I know a lot of them are merchants in their country, in their home countries, right? But you notice that many of them, I would argue at least half, will be set up to have a business, 7-Eleven, Exxon gas station, whatever the store, a hair store, whatever. Pick something, right? They will have something to where they might be controlled. They got to follow the rules. They may have to do it because how the deals that we have structured with those countries, be if they refugees or whoever they are. So we know but the most important thing is to set them up in a business. If you ever notice that, right? For the most part, we want to put you and make you more as independent as possible. I feel like we really don't get that option in a funny kind of way, or it doesn't get supported enough by the left. I put it that way, because they have the money, they have the access, they have the billions, if not trillions of dollars. And you would have thought when Obama got in office, at least 1 million Black people could have started something or opened up something or been invested. Like, it would have been a large amount of us. You know what I'm saying? Significant, uncomfortable almost amount of us saying, oh, okay, yeah, he made sure that they got X, Y, and Z. Even though he's for everybody, he figured out a way. You see, does that make sense? So,
Yeah, it
like,
makes
for
sense.
example, Kamala became president when she wanted to run for office. She said, "What did she say? I want to get 1 million small business applications and play in my 4 years."
Hmm.
So I know there's ways to do things to make sure. But now I'm not even talking about other things. I'm talking about specifically when something happens, right? Where you're using my race to generate something. I'm not talking about reparations. I'm not talking about what happened to us during Jim Crow and slavery. I'm not talking about any of that stuff. I'm not even on that, right? I'm just talking about you're trying to tell me that this event happens and not George Floyd and his family getting paid, and maybe his city being improved, right, or his town or whatever happens, right, but instead people from all over the world is benefiting from him through these programs that all came from how they exploited his death. And
Yeah.
no criticism. There's no criticism. Nobody saying, well, hold up, what's going on? What's happening? This doesn't make any sense. And with BLM, it was so corrupt. That's we could do a whole thing on just that and what they did at the top level versus the local organizations and money not being funneled through and that, and it is what it is, right? But when you find out who you selected and then who's backing that person, where that person moved, where all those folks end up having to go to and move to, and who they were tied to, it puts those question marks up, right? Because you find out that a lot of folks are working for people who aren't you. It's not independent. It's not structured in a way to where there's a little bit of space there. It's like we have to be almost bound to them to do anything in this country. And the moment you try to, on some level, unwind yourself, find you another space, it's just a tremendous amount of pressure that gets put on you. And not only that, because of how the society is structured, you don't even get the flow that you should get. A business, maybe, if it's from a business perspective. You don't get the support because of just how the distractions are structured, how things are structured. It can be very difficult, I think. But anyway, do you want to run a video real quick before we get off? Yeah,
Yeah,
a
just
couple
go.
of comments. I'm gonna tell you, it's a long conversation. I'm gonna probably try to get it to where it got very interesting. By the way,
Okay, go ahead.
which is closer to the end of when they really turned up. Did you want to play that part of the whole thing?
No, we got to get context, so we're gonna play a little bit. Or do you want to do this on another? Just separate this one and do
No,
it. Okay.
I think it's all connected to me.
Okay.
This is the leader of the free world, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
So I will play. Well, we could I already have it up. So everybody knows what it is. It's been going viral, so we don't have to explain too much of it. But it's Trump and Zelensky. The war, the European war. You know what's so funny? I would listen to these people talk, some experts on warfare, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the main thing they said was, if you don't have democracies, if you don't have these type of systems in place, he was talking about Europe specifically. He said they just go back to going to war like they used to. Isn't that interesting?
That is very
Is there
interesting.
a lot of when you look at these systems, anyway, I don't want to do that too much, but I'm just saying it's just interesting that when you look at Europe, if they don't have it set up a certain way, the default is to go to war. And this is the best system that they've had as a group to keep them from fighting each other. It's very interesting, I think. But anyway, let me play because this right here ties right to that, by the way. And this is what we were talking about before, where this is the bigger. This is how the world is sort of operating, and you have basically Europeans fighting over the world at the end of the day, and trying to allow Russia to maintain itself, or to try to bankrupt Russia, or try to destroy Russia, or try to support Russia, or however you want to play that, is Europeans making decisions because this is who moves the world, right? And if NATO maybe want to move a little bit into Ukraine, or you bring Ukraine to NATO, or what that really means, and is Russia willing to really jump out there, and what does that really mean, and how does that impact, of course, the Eastern world as well? But it's just interesting when you look at the whole planet and you look at who the players are, and then you have dummies talking about other things. Like, these are the players. This is it, right? It's not going to be Brazil. It's not going to be Venezuela. It's not going to be Nigeria, right? Or the Bahamas, right? You understand what I'm saying? Or Romania, for that matter. Shout out to the Tate brothers back in America.
That's crazy, by the way. That is wild.
It don't get no better. It don't get no better, boy. Anyway, let me play this video. Let's see. Let's go. Let me know if you can hear it.
On the contact line.
Turn it up a little bit.
I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you
Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of.
I will say this. Basically, what he's talking about is, and I'm gonna skip past a lot of this, but really he's focusing on. He basically saying that Putin, of course, cannot be trusted. Right? Putin has broke 25 peace deals, negotiations, and the problem that Zelensky is going to have is that he got a little bit over his skis because he's emotional, right? The president has said a lot of slick things to him. His people are getting killed. He's going to lose the war. If America and Europe doesn't keep backing him. I'm disappointed in Europe because Europe, and again, is that liberal lifestyle, honestly, at the end of the day. But Europe is going to have to get, in my opinion, more serious instead of using us as the big sticks, and knowing that we got people's back, instead of saying, you know what, maybe we need to get more serious about the real world, and get out of this whole fantasy about what the world is and look at what the world really is, and that at the end of the day, you can be taken. And it's very, if the part of me wants to think, you know what, can we just stop fighting wherever whatever you have right now is what you have. And let's just focus on other things, right? But that's not the reality of it, is it? People have grievances. People rule things in the past that they want again. And people back to egos. A lot of egos from leaders, and people feel like they're being cheated. People want more. They look at what other people have, and all of those things on a national level, even like you said, even on an individual level, it plays itself out. And he's trying to explain that Putin can't be trusted, and Trump is saying, "I'm negotiating with both of you guys, so I need y'all both to chill out and let me do this." But Zelensky, for some reason, I don't know who backs him. I don't know why he thinks he can't be more humble. Now I'm taking a Trump position, by the way. He don't want to be humble. He don't want to play the game. He don't want to capitulate. He really don't want to do the deal. And I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what the prime minister from England has told him, or what what Macron had told him in France, or I don't know who's been talking to him to give him the level of confidence to talk this reckless in front of cameras to Trump, it was just a very strange play that he's making, as if we're the ones that have to. We're good. You know what I'm saying? Like even Trump said that we're fine. You have the problem. You're the one being invaded. So it's very what's so funny is that on the left, of course, people are mad because it's like, well, how are you going to rob this man when this man is being, say he's being invaded by another country, and you want him to cut a minerals deal for $500 billion? It's like, so it's always funny watching sort of the experts sort of analyze it and look at it like, well, you're trying to exploit. You're taking advantage of him when he's vulnerable instead of just supporting him and giving him what he needs, So Europe is playing that card, right? We got you. We take care of you. We want to protect you. We want to help. You can't get in NATO though, but we'll act like you can.
Right.
We'll play that game. We'll play that game with you. But it's very, very funny. But anyway, let me jump past some of this. So it don't get turned over till later on.
Against the bullets that are being and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. This could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and we won it by a lot, that was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything. The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate. And this was one of the things I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war. And that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
And my second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see people. Do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe something like yours. Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you.
President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you.
Are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine. Yeah, sure. Hopefully, I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had. And we're treating, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, sure, the answer is yes. But hopefully we won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stops shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. we haven't committed, but we could conceivably, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there.
5,000 years of Chinese music and dance in one night. A spectacle.
Digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. You had Mr. Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's why I like him. One American News does a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. I feel I have an obligation to try and do something. The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too, but we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between. Why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have. And I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
please go ahead.
Ask you about the agreement again today. What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
what was the deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed. I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal. So that changed.
Mr. President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other. I can tell you that. Okay? They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay, the United States, run by a man that didn't know much. I'm going to be very nice. Run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it, but this should have never happened.
Mr. President?
Sorry, just a second. about any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line, and they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers. It doesn't matter. Do you have ocean?
Are your drainage holes often clogged with hair or other debris? Then you try this stainless steel floor drain filter. You just need to take out
or not. Your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is going to be a third year of the Black Sea?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No.
And a lot of
things. Mr. President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive and people work.
Are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Just so you know.
Yeah.
That he is starting. You know, if you notice how he's talking, he's getting offended.
I know.
Like, if you look through the whole video, if you notice, he keeps responding back with like, no, my cities aren't destroyed, bro. I've seen the video. There is nothing there, bro. I'm thinking the videos are fake. I said this can't not be real. It's apocalyptic. You know what I mean? It's post-apocalyptic look. I mean, but he's very offended by everything. He doesn't understand to control himself, and he don't have to keep responding to everything. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all.
Me, though. That's just me.
And children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. So,
Mr. President, more.
Please, go ahead.
When did you last speak with President Putin? And what did he say?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claims repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on his behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
Mr. President. It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important.
You saw when he was just like, tell me when I gotta go. Tell me when let me in, coach. You saw how he just kind of like you call Marco before you called on me, man. What are you doing? Are you for real, man? Like, dude. Oh my goodness, man. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something, man. I think that where no, I'll just wait. Go ahead, play it. I'll wait.
We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the president's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No, we don't need that.
Some of those
Mr. President, I
minerals
just
are in
wanted
the
to ask you
Mr.
about
President.
you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you.
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. And how was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well,
there?
we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about. So we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll be
forces?
protected. The
European
agreement will
forces,
protect them.
U.S.
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You
Right,
know?
but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in their spots?
I just told you, I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder
You know,
why.
they ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous
Why
questions.
the confidence that
Focus on surviving because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go.
Listing your house on the market isn't the only way to sell your house. Selling to us is much faster, easier, and way.
I already mentioned Poland.
You over there going like you're a Democrat or something. She's wrong.
You said what? You said I'm listening. Hold on now. Hold on now.
I heard you moaning and groaning now. So you sound like,
no,
now.
I'm laughing. I haven't been moaning and groaning. I've been laughing.
Sound like here we go.
No. Well,
you don't like. You know what's so funny? See, you don't like people from up north. And him being a New Yorker just has to be the worst. Especially for East Coast people, you know, different parts of the East Coast, like these New Yorkers.
Nah, man, he all right. He good to go. But I think what I don't the thing that makes it difficult, right, is that yeah, you want transparency, but then you want to limit the access to certain questions, or you want to have things limited on your end to benefit you. It's not a real. It's not a real.
That's how you interpret it.
No. I'm going broad with it. I'm going broad with it. But the situation that's happening between Ukraine and Russia is way deeper than what he's actually stating. I mean, it's fine. He's right. It is a mess. It's an issue. It needs to be handled properly, and it wasn't handled the best by Biden and Harris. It wasn't. It was too well, technically it wasn't strong enough to get it resolved initially. Now he's talking strong, but it's clearly that he's more so-called Russian friendly, I would call it. I wouldn't say totally Russian friendly, but he's totally on the side of getting it resolved as fast as possible. But what does that actually mean for the person?
No, he's not. He's not Russian friend. That's left wing propaganda. Do you really know what's going on? That's much deeper than what we're talking about when it comes to what's actually happening in Europe. That's really what's going on, by the way.
Right.
There are some, and I'm gonna let this play. I don't want to get into that, but that's a whole situation as far as what they're trying to do in that environment, in that arena. I'll put it that way. There's some things that they're trying to do in that arena, and we're sort of keeping it about kind of what we're doing and about us and how he's trying to negotiate. And people on the left wants to make it look like he's Russian friendly and that Zelensky is our best friend and he's our ally. We
I did not say that. No, that's not what I said.
Not you.
Okay.
I'm everywhere. So I'm actually speaking to the president of France, by the way. But people, they're posting things about Russia's the enemy and he's the we support him and again, like I said, you can take whatever position you want, but when you pull back and look at it, again, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, or he could be right, not saying that, but in my opinion, he's trying to cut a deal.
Right.
So he's not trying to be friends with nobody. It's just that the people on the left and Zelensky keep yakking, he keep running this bullshit propaganda. So he's having to really more respond to that than actually. Remember, Putin isn't doing anything. The American media and some of the European media is inventing something out of thin air. You just repeated it. That's how invasive it is, by the way. So the thing is that they're creating realities constantly, and so because you have been told that the way Trump is treating this person here, that he's bruh. I am following. Do you know how many YouTube channels and Twitter followers from the New York Times, the Washington Post, all kind of writers, Substack? I mean, the left just goes apoplectic when something like this happens. So every one of them has responded, right, across the board. They're all responding to it. And so you're talking about high-end expert. I mean, everybody. And they're really trying to make it seem like, remember Russia. Rachel Maddow, Hillary Clinton, he works for Russia. Like, they've been doing it since 2016, 2015. So they're still trying to push it, right? But I honestly think that they don't want the deal on the left right now for whatever reason. I have a feeling, I'm going to stop there, though, but there are some other things going on because some people want something to really happen that's really big. But that's a different conversation. Different conversation, obviously. But
Yeah. Go ahead. You can play it.
Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world. and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need. Granger.
He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. This
Okay,
it?
it's about to get turned up right here because he's offended.
Yeah, this is it right here, though. Yeah.
But let me say this before. Let me just say this.
But what you just said, basically reared his ugly head here, though. That's what I'm saying. Like the tough talk about Putin and not being able to actually get a real resolution done between them before there was bullets flying was the real issue as far as the last administration, especially the way where it is now.
No, it's Obama's. This is Obama's fault.
I know. Initially,
and I don't really want to blame him because I don't have the intel of what Putin was up to in the 90s and then during Bush either. So really, Bush probably even more than Clinton and what he was up to, and then decided to make a move. And Obama said, "Don't cross the red line." He crossed the red line. But what we didn't really know at that time, at least I didn't know at that time, is what was NATO in Europe. What were they up to? See, they're cutting deals anyway. We don't want to go down that road, but they're cutting deals with Russia. But at the same time, other people in that environment is trying to make certain moves against Russia, and it put Russia is an empire, or at least a former empire.
No, it is an empire. No. It currently still is. Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, Russia is an empire.
You can only poke them. So they're European. They're white folks. You can only poke them so many times, and they're gonna turn up. Period. Now, the reason why I paused it was to say this. I have said this on this program many of times. And it's kind of, I think it doesn't get across to some folks, but the thing is this: outside of, I would say, 3 or 4 countries, every single other country on this planet can be taken at any given time, at any moment, and there's nothing they can do about it but learn the new language, put up the new flags, and say, "Yes, sir. What would you like with your coffee?" 99% of the countries in this world right now,
right,
can be taken.
Just like that. Absolutely.
They donate.
Not
They
unless
really,
that,
honestly,
not unless
they
that
really
0.1% gets involved. Yeah, no
they
doubt.
really, in a funny kind of way, they really kind of donate. This, I mean, the American Navy is more powerful than all the navies put together in the world. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
That's how powerful we are.
Of course I do.
And so that's just us. But my point is that a lot of, not a lot, it's a handful of other countries though that have all the technology, and they have some weapons. So of course you're just not gonna go and hit them, obviously, because they have obviously nuclear warheads, etc. But my point, and they're also advancing in technology. But it's like 5. That's the crazy part, is that all you know how folks, like somebody that come from like Barbados, or somebody that come from Ghana, or
I know.
from like Romania, and they be so proud. They be just talking reckless and crazy about how great they are. It's like you don't even have an
Yeah,
army.
it's not real.
So
Yeah.
what context? And that's what I mean about the Mr. Fuller thing, is that
Yep.
people get
Back
so
to that.
caught up in their cultural stuff that they don't even have
Yep.
the knowledge or the understanding to even realize that you a little island. You're not even. You think you a country. You feel like
Yeah.
you feel. What did Bain say? You feel like you in charge. You have a president. You have
Yep.
a whole situation. You
Yep.
got to have a passport to
Got
go there.
flags,
But
got
you
songs, got
cannot
music.
protect
Yep.
any of it. It is
Nope.
gone tomorrow. If we need it, it's gone.
If we need it, it is gone.
If it's gone, it don't
That is
exist
a
no more.
fact. That is
We
a
gotta put a
fact.
we gotta put a base there
That's
because
the
we're being
sad
attacked
part
by
about
such
it,
and
too.
such.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
That's the
literally
reality
outside of very few countries, a lot of people, the rest of the world, talk so big about how great their society is, how wonderful they are, and by the way, they have all been taken. That's what makes it even more crazy.
Yeah.
Is that you would think that you would be more paranoid as a leader in a lot of places, because you maybe try to organize with other countries because of the powers that are in charge now. If you just study history. So what's creepy about it is you can be the president of a country, but your country is so weak. You're so far behind in this society, in this world, and historically, you can't even go there. But you know what I'm saying, right? That you don't have the scientists, you don't have the materials, you don't have anything to even do any of it. You know what I'm saying? You don't even have the ability to like assert something, or to say, don't come here and mess with us, or don't do this because we're this. You wouldn't even dare say that, right? And a good example of that is even when Trump is teasing Canada or Greenland or Panama, or even trying to take over Gaza and build a Trump Tower in Gaza. No one can respond to that but other powers that are outside of those places, right? Because those places, what's there to say, right? If I name it Gulf of America, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Outside of somebody in this, back to the racial thing, by the way, outside of other powerful people who look like them, say something about it. Well, we're not gonna call it. I forget. MapQuest or somebody is gonna not change the name. My whole point is, it's just funny how when you sit back and just study power and watching plays get made, it will answer everything that falls below that, right? If you just watch who's the people who are talking, who are the people who are making decisions globally, right? Nations, and then globally, and then where do you sit? And imagine being those 300 leaders around the world who have no technology really outside of what we give them or Russia somebody gives them, but they're not independent of anything. They're just waiting. They're basically waiting to be taken in the future when new powers rise up, or you understand what I'm saying, right? When the world reshifts itself, you're just there. And like your leaders aren't even doing anything about it. You sit around dancing, laughing, and having a good time. It's just such a funny non-seriousness as an individual. Like, this is a scary world we're in, and it's just so crazy. And then you know what? Then it makes this about how we were sold into slavery, how we got captured, how the Muslims took over and converted everybody to Christians in this country, and how Vietnam got taken, and how Hawaii got taken. Like, it makes so much sense because we're still living in the same space, right? Like if we show up to Hawaii today and it was left alone up until today, it's just ours now. And you just got to be mad about it. You'll complain, and some of the folks will feel bad who took your place and kind of hang out with you. And you see what I'm saying, right? Hang out with you, be around you and stuff like that, chill with you. But they still took it though. and you're forced to almost be friends with them. And we're gonna take some of your culture and make it. We're gonna commercialize it and turn it into an event. You know, to put the pigs on the ground and do the hula. You understand what I'm saying? Like the sheer level of force and power, it's just not really respected. It's almost like individuals in a society is basically just allowed to kind of bump at the walls, have fun, have some sex. You know, maybe if you can buy something, but like it's levels to it. It's just so interesting that I feel like people should be more paranoid. Just generally speaking, across the world, like why is everybody not more paranoid? Because you know y'all could just be taken, right? You have no protection. We're good. You know what I'm saying? We're good in America. You could drop a nuke or something over, but we're good, right? And for the foreseeable future, even if we bankrupted, we're still extremely dangerous as a country by far.
Yes.
Like it's like
Yes.
take all the money away, it don't matter. We get so much technology that it would take a very long time, you know what I'm saying, for other nations, if they even could maintain themselves, by the way, to even try to even come here. That's by the way, that's the other funny part. Is that it's fascinating when you think about it, to be honest with you. But anyway, let me play it. Did you have anything to say on that?
No, you pretty much covered it, man. Pretty much covered
In
it. Go ahead.
2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
Uh-oh. So yeah, you a little ahead of your skis right there, buddy. That's too far. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you gotta be careful, man, because sometimes it can get like a little bit, it can get a little bit personal and everything. You gotta hold on to it now. Zelensky got a little out there on that one. Yeah,
now people on the left, by the way, people on the left, the people on the left, they love this. Remember, they're basically just anti-American, to be honest with you. But people on the left, it's like, oh man, he got him there. He made JD Vance say that he didn't really go to the, JD hasn't been to the country, right? So he caught him there, and he's putting President Trump in check. That's how they're writing even the articles and the headlines, all the YouTube channels. It's just funny that I'm like, why don't we all just supporting our country and our president, regardless if you have disagreements or not? It's very interesting. We moved into a time frame where a lot of folks on the left, at least in this version, obviously on the right, there's a version of it where they support things that's not American as well, obviously, right? Remember the T-shirts they was wearing back in 2016, talking about we love Putin. Remember them shirts? We with Putin, because it was making Trump a Russia person, and it's very interesting. So it could swing either way, but for the left right now to be taking a position that I've noticed, at least in the media class, to try to protect and support Zelensky, I find it's very, very, very strange, I think, on some level. But they felt like he got the better of Trump, by the way. And it's Trump. This is Trump shit show, basically.
I don't know that.
God bless.
You
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to.
Yeah.
By the way, you know what's so crazy?
That's facts right there, though. I mean, like I can't argue with what he just said there. Now, I don't think it needs to be, just broadcast. But the whole point of him just saying that
You are a
you're gonna feel it
small
too.
little country that can be taken
Yeah,
tomorrow.
you're gonna feel it too. Like, whoa, what do you know? Hold on now. You
It's the
you gotta
empire. It's
slow
stupid what
down
you're
now.
saying.
You gotta slow down, bro. Like you can't. In fact, doing that to me even further lets me know that this is something that is that it got so out of control to the point where I don't know if what Trump is trying to do to kind of walk this back because of the temperament of and it's not any, I guess, particular fault of their own, but the temperament that America, or the posture that America has to take internationally, and the way that Europe has basically formatted itself around this particular conflict. Because why isn't Europe more involved in trying to give relief to Zelensky if they are so on board with trying to stop Russia from basically impeding Ukraine? That is something that should be put upon or forced upon the people that's within NATO itself. To me, that's the breach. But what he's doing right here, it get to me. There are a whole lot of things going on. I think JD is using his brand to kind of like, hey, I'm here. You know, I'm part of this particular administration. He's picking his spots, legitimate or otherwise. I think Zelensky
Well,
got
on the
ahead of his
left,
skis. Zelensky got ahead of his skis with you're gonna feel the pain too. Like that was cool. That's wild. That you see, Trump is trying to reiterate to him, like, look, you know, I'm big boy, you're little boy. Like that is what that is right here. Like you are asking us for assistance, regardless of it should be yes, sir. No, sir. No matter, regardless of how you feel. That's what I'm
no
saying.
matter how
Like,
you feel.
it's not about you're talking about, but that lets you know that certain people that's dealing with major issues when it comes down to your country, you're getting funded by this group. This group is helping you fight a war, regardless of whether you think they're doing as much as they should be doing or not.
He
If
would be
America,
dead already, bro. They would
that's
have
what I.
killed him. They would have hung
Dude,
him already.
I was just about to say that. Like,
And
if
Putin
they
would be
allow
living
him,
in Kiev right now.
if
By
they
the way.
let Putin off the
Come on,
leash,
man.
bruh, it's over. You know what I'm saying? Like that is back to the
Yeah, wrap it up.
USSR. It's Soviet Union again. Like forget Russia. We might as well go back to this is the 80s all over again. You know, I mean, come
And I
on.
will
Now.
say that European countries have given a lot of money, probably more on paper at least. But at the end of the day, we're the ones backing it with force, obviously.
That's what I mean. You know, like they're not putting
Because
themselves
the
out there
left
for the
wing
kind of
media and
people
the right
that we
wing media,
should.
they're making it very convoluted with who's giving what and who's giving the percentage of the GDP, and I think Poland gives more than them, but of course Poland is right there, the Baltic countries or whatever, and they're giving a little bit more, but they're manipulating. The media is manipulating things. At the end of the day, the point is it's the American force. Because if it wasn't, because if that's not the case, you didn't have to call us. You could have called Germany. And that would have been it. And Germany would have said Germany would have said Russia chill out, and Russia would have chilled out. But clearly that ain't the case.
Yeah.
And so it seems like I think Zelensky had batteries put in his back, either by some European leaders or some left-wing American leaders that said, "We got you, don't worry." I don't know what people are making. Even Lindsey Graham jumped ship off the Zelensky train he was on for a while after he said what he said. So it's a lot of theater.
Yeah.
Right, a lot of theater, a lot of fun, a lot of entertaining. This is normally done in the back rooms, of course, not on live TV. That's why it's so viral and so sort of fun to watch. To be honest with you, I would say it's entertaining. But then, after this was over with, he actually sent them out the White House, canceled all of the events. But he did do a Fox News interview with Brett before he flew out the country, I believe. So anyway, let me finish it.
Dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
Not playing
cards.
cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling
I'm
with the
president
lives of
anymore.
millions of people.
You think
You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with
What is
World
thinking
War III. And what you're doing
You know
is
what I
very
hate? Pause it real quick.
disrespectful.
You know what I hate, man, is that, we've been saying this for the longest, but that is a fact, though. I mean, this doing it like this, the kind of language, keeping the aggressive posture when you're the little dog, but you're getting big people involved in conflicts over the power moves that you're trying to display here. There's a reason why you're being pushed or you're being helped in the way that you're being helped, even if it's just to basically surmise a way to kind of curve the influence of what Russia's trying to do right now, to not push a conflict or a major conflict to get this involved, to where Putin would be like, well, okay, fine, then I'm just going to I'm pedal to the metal, I'm all gas, no brakes, Look, you see how disrespectful this man. This could be twisted both ways. Is what I'm saying. So this could be he's going to use this, by the way. So it's one of those.
It makes you can argue that it makes, on some level, it makes them look strong. You can make an argument that it makes them also look stupid. It just depends on who's going to be getting the information.
Right.
It will be looked at the way you stood up for us. Thank you for standing up for Ukraine.
Right.
You can spin it. It just depends on if people believe it or not. Really, what it'll boil down to at that point.
I know, but that's not your country, though. Your country doesn't have the ability to do what you're positioning it to do.
Nobody in Europe does. They are not ready for war.
No.
So even though you may get France or Germany saying we support Zelensky in Ukraine, good luck then. Good luck. Let's see what. Let's go to work. You owe the empire. Go to work.
Get to the doing, man. Get to the doing, like Mr.
Get to the doing. America will let us sit back. We maybe provide you some intel or something, or some Starlinks. But we sit back and we'll back you up. But we'll sit in the back. We'll let y'all fight the war and see what that look like, because you need to practice. They need to practice anyway. It's been too long, by the way. So they need some practice anyway. So get up on that thing and sacrifice some of the troops' lives and see where you land and see what Russia's willing to do. Because I mean, if you want to take out Putin, take him out. Like, we're not stopping them from doing anything, as far as I know. If you want to step up, but they don't want to do that, though. They're playing like you said, this is the political game stuff, obviously on the international level,
right?
Where they keep saying they support, but at the same time, we're the ones you really have to make sure that it's straight. We're the ones that are going to make sure everything gets done. Everybody else is a support system. We are the system. And so I think that Zelensky might be confused by that. And him being like a former actor and a little bit younger maybe and no experience in this type of stuff, I'm not sure I don't know what his generals are like. I don't know any of that stuff. At least in America, if a nitwit becomes president, we have generals and people who they're killing machines. They're monsters, right? Like, these are people you don't want to see ever. So we're good here. But I wonder, in that country, is he even qualified in a sense to deal with Eastern Europeans' environments, right? Like, I don't even know. And is this an example of him not being in the right mindset?
To the country, this country, that's
with
back
all
to
respect
you
to your
far
country.
more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn.
If you notice something, when Trump said that you're not winning, he didn't agree. He believes that he's all. I don't think he's acting. I hope he's not, but I believe that he's all in. He's focused and he's very sensitive, and his people are being killed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't.
Yeah.
Because he's taking offense literally to everything.
I think he was taking offense earlier, like listening to them talk. It was building up.
Yeah.
It was
building
tough.
up.
That's why I wanted to play that for context, because he's sitting there quiet. He's like, hold on now, like y'all sonning me, like you know what I'm saying?
They are sunning you. They want you to bend the knee, like period. Fact.
Right. Yeah.
It's no confusion.
This is Game of Thrones. This is what this is.
Yeah,
There's
for
no
sure.
changing. Like, this is what it is. You are the little person at the table, man, and it's understandable. You come here and you can't. This is just, thank you. And the way the
send more money.
the way the energy is going to be around the room, and that's what I'm saying. You could do the covert thing. That's one thing about Putin. What Putin did when Russia fell apart, he bid his time, man. He did it. He played nice. He did everything. I mean, just Mr. President, all that until he was.
Until it was time to strike.
You just. That's the difference. Like, you're dealing with a military strategist like a Putin, and you're dealing with somebody that's brand new to the game. He's very young, as you can see. And he's just, his heart may be in the right place as far as his country and his people and the way they want to be independent. He wants to be fiercely like that. But the world doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? That's like it's just, we talked about it earlier. Like, you can still say and do whatever you want to do. It's just what happens when the other end of it comes. You see what that entails, and then you are literally putting people's lives in danger. It could be upwards.
But that's what I keep telling you.
Thousands.
But it's what we're talking about with ego and man. That's what ego does.
You have to kill the ego.
Ego can get you an empire. Ego can get you an empire, and it can also get you destroyed. So you have to know when to apply it and when to play the game.
Exactly.
Instead of him saying, you know what?
Exactly.
We know how Trump is. I've been around him before. I'm gonna shower him with gifts and how you doing? Great. Thank you for everything.
How you do him, man.
And don't even do the deal. Move on.
That's how
no one's gonna care. Right.
Exactly right. You do not.
Not with this kind of power that he has.
Yeah.
Maybe if he was still a real estate broker, sure. I mean. Now I'm gonna tell you what I do like about it. I hope, because everything got canceled, I hope it puts more pressure on Europe to really just step up more.
Yeah, Europe should be stepping
up. Put a little bit more
because they're the ones,
put some troops out there.
Yeah, they're the ones in immediate threat of Russia's power grab. So yeah, they should be able to put more.
You would think they would want to do it, by the way.
But that not only that Russia was always going to have this issue. They're built for the fight.
Man, you've been talking about that forever, about 20 years. We've been waiting. We've been waiting.
That's gonna always be the thorn in Europe's side. It just is.
Yeah. And like you said, they spend so much energy. But you know what they do?
What's so crazy about it? More so than the nation, they still look at themselves as one of the remaining empire that's left on the planet.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Fuck your nation states. We don't care about
because most empires got dismantled.
Exactly. Exactly. We're the Russian Empire. Great Mother Russia. Yeah, that's just that's it.
But the thing is that the Western world has done a very good job, like I said, of masking the racial aspect, which I always find fascinating, is that no one frames this as white folks killing and fighting each other. And that, like you just said, it's old legacy warfare. They've been fighting for thousands of years amongst one another. There's no peace. It has been no peace until literally the 1930s. I mean, literally no peace.
We don't agree. We don't want to be a part.
And that took the bomb.
Yeah,
to basically calm down.
We don't want to be a part. You annexing Ukraine into the NATO. That's an act of war. Yeah, that's what that is.
Because I know what you're doing. I know what you're really trying to do.
Exactly. You can't infringe on our area and make it seem like this is some kind of peaceful, transition. No, absolutely not. And they need protection. No.
Do you remember?
You're gonna put this under the veil of independence, and you're gonna let this small man, this dude, this should be benevolent to me. Like this is my shit. Like right. when it really get this layman terms like this.
I know. I think what's the capital of Russia?
Moscow.
I want to say the capital city was Kiev in during the Soviet Union, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of history there, but like you said, I think, like you said, we don't contextualize this society. You could tell that when you want to stereotype a group or frame a group a certain way, it shows you how the power dynamics are in this country, because other non-white groups can be framed a certain way, violent, always at war, Middle East, African countries, right, et cetera, or say Mexico or something, right? But for some reason, Europeans, they just, I don't understand how they don't get the tag. Like, how did they, it almost answers the question how you know if they're more in charge, because, not saying this is the reason, but like, no one can frame them and it sticks, if that makes any sense. You got massive ghettos all over Europe, right? Especially in Eastern Europe. You have a fallen empire. These are all Europeans, right? You have failed states. You have bankrupt states. You have states who are holding it together. They're doing different things to organize it and try to get things rolling. And then you have things like Russia and just warfare and tension and wanting to destroy one another. But it's not really framed in a racial, that makes any sense. Not framed racially, but it is framed globally, though, right? Superpowers, they use language like that, but never framed racially that y'all act as if y'all are not extremely violent. And then we know that to be the case, but it's like, I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. A white man goes to Vietnam or goes to China, right, or someplace, right, China or Ethiopia. And typically, I would make an argument that they might get like a little bit of praise, or hey, it's a foreigner here, or you understand what I'm saying, right? Yeah. There might be some affinity there. Different societies lighten their skin. Maybe it's psychological, maybe it's something else. Who knows? Whatever, right? But there's traveling and talking to people around the world, having friends who live all over the world. You do hear stereotypes of how when they show up, just regular whatever, just because of the idea of them, they might get treated a certain kind of way, right? Because of what they look like, right? And we've always known, we've been hearing about that our whole lives, right? But it should be the opposite. You would think, right? You invade and chop up Africa. You destroy the Ottoman Empire and chop up the Middle East. You chop up Southeast Asia, right? And you chop up India. You've been chopped up the Americas, right? But somehow, when you show up today, people should be afraid. Right? It should be a rejection there, but it's the opposite of that. Isn't that fascinating? Mm-hmm. Is that I should actually fear you and the people who look like you, because it's the reason why I probably speak the language I speak. That's probably the reason why my country is called what it's called today. That's probably what, you understand what I'm saying? That's probably why the lines that are drawn in my country is because of people like you. So bare minimum, when you go around the world, I'm not saying you should be hated, but you would think it would be some level of like, oh, okay, I can't, we don't really want you around because, you take things, or whatever the stereotype could be, right? And I get that individual nations have their own fights over borders and land, and people kind of get caught up in their national stuff, and so they don't really look at it that way. But if me and you show up somewhere, how does our reputation follow us, though? Oh, right? Man. If me and you show up in Beijing, we got all kind of reputation on us, and we 5,000 miles from home. But you understand what I'm saying? So it's a weird thing with them. I don't understand it. Honestly, I don't. You would think it would be like the Europeans are always like. You would think that like the African media or the Middle Eastern media or the Mexican media will be pumping out propaganda about how violent they are. They're always at war. They drop bombs on people. World War II. They constantly for the Cold War, and they're still killing each other and taking each other's land. And it don't exist in that frame. It's very, very interesting.
This is what he has to understand, and this is for Zelensky. Zelensky got to understand that Putin is part of the old USSR. So that means by the time he was actually born, before he was born, the territory that he now basically calls himself president of was part of the larger group, a larger nation state, the USSR, part of the region, Mother Russia. Putin, to his dying day, that's what he wants to. He wants to completely restore the USSR. Period, bro. Just period. Just restore what was taken from them. Period. Ukraine just ain't gonna. There's not gonna be no movement on that. These situations gonna be. The outlook is gonna be. You're gonna concede it. That's where it's going. It's not gonna be. You know, I don't see it any other way. I don't see it any other way. I don't see Putin. I don't see Putin.
What you want to do? Would you want to, as an American, if you were the president of this country, and you said, we can take the L now, cut a deal and pull out, or we can go to World War III.
That's what I was about to say. Like,
you can call me a coward and all you want, but who wants that on their record?
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you are playing with fire right now.
Yeah, Trump wasn't lying.
He's definitely not lying. As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but that's facts. That's facts right there. But we talked about it a long time ago. We always talked about this being an issue at the end of the day. This is before the election. This is even before any of this even became a actual play. We knew that Putin wanted to restore.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. The Soviet Union, dog.
Just wait. I was just waiting on the moment in time.
It's no doubt.
You're looking for a vulnerable spot to take it, to go hit.
Yeah. And plus, that's the same play. He knows what's going on because, like I say, you're dealing with an intelligence officer that saw the fall of the USSR. He saw the whole fall of it. So he saw it get bankrupt. He saw the nefarious things that happened. He saw the double agents in play. He saw all of that. He was part of that whole regime.
Yep.
You know, so I mean, technically, the person that got the most experience on an international level, and it's not even close, is Putin. When it comes down to these kind of negotiations, he knows all the play. Think about it. He knows all the leaders.
Everybody. Yeah.
Since Reagan.
That's crazy.
Since we were in elementary school, Paradox.
It's crazy. It's crazy, bro.
This man's an intelligence officer. And I'm not talking about on a small level. I'm talking about to the highest of levels, bro. Like, it is what it is. Well, he's been president, since 2012, 2010?
He was something. He was this, and then he
was a prime minister at first.
He said he's going to run he's going to step down, but he didn't really step down. And
that's what I'm saying. You're dealing with a mastermind. I mean, really, to be honest with you, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could be because that's why I was just like, China's making Russia. No. You really need to understand who this man is, who he is. I ain't
gonna lie though. I think that I have a funny feeling there's people in Europe and in America who want to take him out though. You know that, right? They want to, and I think that they've already talked to Zelensky, and I think he's kind of running off of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think that they had some plans, or they do obviously always have plans, of course, but trying to implement the plans they've been working on for a long time to take him out.
I agree. Yeah. So like a global coup.
Yeah.
Or this particular person that's a problem. Yeah. I agree. I agree with that.
Because I think
controllables in place. Yeah. Because he has too much military experience and political savvy for one, to where you can never tell what his true angle is when you actually have a conversation with him. It's hard to really understand what he's trying to play, because his play is where we at now. Think about it. This has been in play, but Kosovo, Bosnia. I mean, Bosnia, that's the Clinton years. I mean,
This is our life. This is our history and us when we are doing our lifetime. This will be our life, of course. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And I think that Trump might be able to hold them off, but I think that it's inevitable.
Yeah, it's inevitable.
We're gonna capitulate. He's gonna keep the land that he got.
Right.
Ukraine's gonna have to eat it and deal with it, and that's gonna be the end of that. If not, it's gonna be a bigger war.
Or your place could be the dividing line, and we can make it a parking lot. I mean, regardless of whatever it's going to be, It's not going to be nice. It ain't going to be good for you. And Poland don't want none of that because Poland is too close. That's what I'm saying. So that's why it's just it leans into those other nation states. So,
well, it's not the thing. What like you said, we're living history, and so what it's showing you is not over. That's all. We're living history. It's just that, unfortunately, most people don't pay attention to any of this stuff. So it feels like it's something, but it's not. It's the same thing, right? The Cold War, Russia, after the Cold War, Russia decided not to transition, right? They made a decision. Mm-hmm. And not just them. There's a handful of countries who decided we're not going to do it and we're going to fight tooth and nail to keep what we got. And that's what it looked. And unfortunately, because of that, and because the majority of the world is going in one direction, it causes the friction, and they're trying to pressure the U.S. to convert everybody, obviously, right, worldwide. It's over time, over the century.
And Putin, for just to kind of make this full circle, Putin is also a Libra person, though, a Libra man, also. just as an aside, so balance and seeing both sides, being able to kind of swallow an argument and being able to retreat. To have it, what was my man on Transformers where he'd be like, Starscream would talk to Megatron and be like,
I know, right? That's crazy. Such a great illustration, though, isn't it?
Megatron, better to be done up.
You know what they're playing out like that's how like hyenas and lions operate, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Or even the Klingons or whoever, like certain, you know what I'm saying? They show those examples. Really, it is in the animal kingdom, you know, when the king gets weak, well, you got to take him. You got to test him. Keep testing him. I follow this guy who has, he has bulls on his farm, and he always posts and stuff. And it's funny how the big boy, he always fighting the younger ones. They constantly testing. Because one day it's over. And you know, Starscream been waiting. He was waiting. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly right, man.
And it makes the leader, it keeps the leader strong, right? You know, you want strong leaders, human beings, and it's very funny how we're still very, very close to the animal kingdom.
Damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't been
in this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone.
This cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
maybe
new.
Less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again, just say thank you.
You see what? But do you see what Zelensky just did? Right? He said, "Yeah, Putin said 3 days. Yeah. You saying 2 weeks, but Putin said 3 days." The reason why it wasn't 3 days is because of our weapons. Like, are you stupid? What are you? What?
Yeah, that's just. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's bad. This is bad all the way around, really. But yeah, this is, you know. Go ahead.
And when he started talking about what he gave him, he got real quiet, by the way.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. You're people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look,
using the right weight matters. The body pod lets you easily understand what is the fastest.
If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a
with
ceasefire
guarantees.
because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
That
what
wasn't
is-
with me.
It
That was
wasn't
with
with
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama who gave you sheets and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question, Mr. Vice President.
Big bank take
It's
little
going to be a
bank.
tough deal to make
Uh,
because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
Then
She's
we fight.
asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
We fight.
What
It
if
is
they-
what
if
it is.
anything? What
We
if
fight.
a bomb drops on your head right now?
We
Okay?
fight.
What if they
No,
break it?
pause it,
I
man.
don't know,
Pause
they
it. See,
broke
this
it
this
with
is what I'm
Biden
saying. Like,
because
pause it real
Biden-
quick. See, that's the grow up part. That's what I'm saying. Like the country. That's what I mean. The media dance paradox. That's what I'm saying to you, bro. Like it's you're trying to keep the moral high ground when you're asking a very specific question. What if he breaks treaty? He breaks treaty. Then it's go time. That's it. It's go time. What are you talking about? You know, we have an agreement. You break the agreement. There's nothing else to be said. Like we just can't keep negotiating and having an agreement made, and then you keep breaking it. Yeah, lives got to be lost until somebody comes to their senses that yeah, there's been too much loss. I'm ready to have a conversation. I'm gonna have to bend over. Now, what normally happens, you end up bending over and taking it way more than you wanted to take it in the first place, depending on who the person is in charge. That's how bad it is. That's what happens.
They didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened, but he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
Do you know the U.S. solar company's nasty little secret? It turns out if you live in Maryland, they have.
All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thanks.
Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the vice president and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did? And do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for your invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale invasion. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners. And even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest and we have to be very direct to understand each other, because it's very, for us, very necessary to President Trump. And I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war, we are in this battle, a battle for freedom for our lives. So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President Trump a lot of times that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, you know, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we're speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and you know, Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media. But there are things that where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians. And I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this. And this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Yeah, I do understand what he's saying, but I think that he's still lost on what the true goal of what he's trying to get for his own people. He hasn't secured that yet. So
but he feels like he's not involved.
Right now, but he's not. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He hasn't secured their safety as of yet.
Right.
If his goal is truly to secure the safety, regardless of what it looks like, if they allow you to still have independence, but then you still kind of fall under the jurisdiction of Russia some kind of way, then that's the deal. But you know, we will bind them with certain
protections.
Certain protections, and we will basically have protections in place for you to still kind of go under this veil of you being an independent nation when truly you're not an independent nation. He wants to try to strike it like there's just like this independent nation they're going to be able to determine. No, so that's the issue I see with him trying to come to the so-called agreement or whatever deal they want to actually come to agreement with when it comes down to Russia. Everybody knows what Putin wants to do.
He wants the whole
Putin
thing.
is very
he
clear.
wants the whole enchilada.
Putin is very clear. You know what I'm saying?
And Trump keeps saying, bruh, you ain't got it, little bruh. You ain't got it.
Right.
Like
right.
LeBron, like LeBron's first son, like the oldest son, Bronny. The young boy, he's special.
Yeah,
he's
got
special.
it. Yeah, he's gonna be
special,
good.
though.
All on his own merit. Yeah, he's gonna go first. He probably don't even have to play high. He probably only have to play college to get to the pro level. The way he play.
I don't think so.
Yeah, but
I think he can go ahead and get in there. But I'm just saying that you got to know, right? Trump is like, it ain't real. He's literally trying. It's not what you think you are. Isn't there?
Right.
You don't have weapons. You're not making weapons. You're not producing that. You know what I'm saying? We're the ones allowing this to exist from day one.
You're a country in name only. I'm glad he did not go there though. But you are.
He basically said that shit.
Yeah, but I'm saying
basically
going there in as far as your territory, you are a territory, formerly known as the USSR. The name of your territory is called Ukraine. You became a nation state in 1991. Off the behest of the United States government initially.
Empire, yeah.
Right. You helped collapse the empire.
Yeah, that's how you got Turkey and other places around the world, and on and on and on.
So the same deal that's in place, we didn't infringe too much on it because we knew that technically, nuclear weapons would have been exchanged if we really forced it to that level. So instead of getting to that level, okay, cool, you can have it, but Ukraine ain't going to be a part of so-called the USSR anymore. That will collapse.
Yeah.
And then what Putin do? That's fine. That's cool.
I just wait. I'll wait.
You got it. Because
you know what?
Think about it. And he had way more cards than what Zelensky has. Now think about that for a second.
Well, Russia invaded Georgia and some other countries not that long ago. And what's so funny is that think about it like this, right? In the future, like all the countries that are poking places in the future, we won't be here. You know what I'm saying? Like it won't be this, and you just be able to take it. And I think that's really the play, right? Is to just stay. Like I noticed something about If you think about Eastern Europe, right, is that I believe that Russia, they're constantly doing things that keep those economies from growing, from developing, to keep them from developing. And I think Ukraine is a good example of. I can't allow it because we have future plans to take all this back. So we're willing to risk everything to maintain disruption and to sort of keep everybody in check because one day
you can't take
we might be able to take it. Right.
You can't take my bid. You can't, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I just
can't do that.
Yeah.
That's a good way to say it.
I can't allow you to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't allow you to do it. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yep. Can't allow it.
Yeah.
But Zelensky's on here talking like he talk like he's France or England or Germany. Like he talk like he a big player. Right. It's very interesting to watch it.
Established since the 1500s, empire went through empire and all that kind of craziness. Now you're part of the larger Russian empire. That's basically what your history is.
Right. Most of the country technically fucking Russian. Yeah, these countries have not freed themselves from, unfortunately, for whatever reason. And again, I don't want to go down that road, but Europe, obviously because of how things have been structured in dealing with Russia. They're having some decisions to make about including certain, countries into their country, into NATO and to really expand Western Europe. But they want to be in, almost all those countries, not all of them want to be a part of it. But whatever Russia's doing over these decades and the deals they've made with certain countries in Europe, I think, and with NATO and with America, they're just leaving things as it is, if you notice, right? And those countries is going to be what they are for right now. It's very interesting. I've been hearing all my life, really, adult life at least. Those countries have, they all want to join, and there are some things going on to make sure that doesn't happen. Obviously, and like you said, this is one of the flare-ups, basically. Obviously, to maintain at least maintain what they have, right? Because me and you both know, if you're able to organize Eastern Europe, they're cooked. And they know they're cooked, at that point. So they almost can't allow it to happen to maintain any type of what you would call military presence
as a former empire. It's fascinating, to say the least. But let me play a few more minutes of this, and we can get off to that. It was just a funny interview. You know what I'm saying? Because of what he's asking and stuff, and he's still not clicking. That he needs to sort of chill out a little bit.
This is so sensitive. Just a ceasefire without security guarantees. This is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side and that America will stay with us, not with Russians, with us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe, and they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is this is not good for both sides anyway. And I very open, but I can't change our Ukrainian attitude to Russian, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, their enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
What do you think of that statement?
Hello, my bad. What did he just say? I didn't hear the last part. I'm sorry.
Oh no, he was explaining that he needs to, he wants transparency. He wants to know what's going on, and that he needs to. He says that America's my friend, Europe is my friend, but Russia's my enemy, and they're our enemy. And we want peace, but they're our enemy. I need that to be, stated or clear, because if you notice the left-wing media, obviously, they have been pushing propaganda, and I'm sure Europe as well on the left have been pushing propaganda. Of course, he's basically saying this to Trump, in my opinion. I don't know if even Trump is catching it yet. He's trying to say that I believe in the propaganda that you're with Putin, really. And I want you to declare that Putin is your enemy and that I'm your friend. That's basically his position.
Right.
And he's not getting off of that. And he was trying to push that point in the White House, by the way. He was trying to get Trump to say that Putin is your enemy. You to say that. And Trump keep trying to tell him that's not how I do deals. That's not how it's going to work. If it's Biden or if it's somebody in Europe, they can play that game and call him their enemy, and they hate him, and he's a monster, he's a savage, and we love you, and you're so great, and we got your back. And things will. And Trump's point is obvious that means that we're going to continue going to war. Then, what are we talking about right now? It's going to continue to be war. Then, if you don't want to negotiate the way I want to negotiate, you understand what I'm saying, right? You can do it all type of ways.
Yes.
But his style is his style at the end of the day. Let me see what else.
His style is
Maybe
his
some other
style.
good stuff in here.
President Trump is convinced that you will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
No, I think so. What I think, Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations, and at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Do you want to continue fighting? Do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want.
What do you think about that statement?
Everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
I
think
just
about it. His position is. I'm curious about one. Is he really trying to say what? I wonder what he wants there to make him feel comfortable enough
right.
to stop fighting, and that Putin will stop fighting. Because what he keeps saying is that he don't believe this country. He don't believe Trump. I mean, it's crystal clear. I think that he's basically saying, "I don't believe you. I don't care if you kick me out. I'll go back to Ukraine.
Right.
It'll be what it'll be, but I don't believe you. I think if we stop fighting, that Putin's gonna take the whole thing. And what can you guarantee me? What can you say for a fact that he won't move?
But that was the part.
Point, right?
No, but that was the part that I was talking about, the friendly part. And I didn't mean it in the sense of we're friends. I just mean it in the sense of it's just not worth it for America to get that involved into it, to where now where we at right now is very tenuous on the way it's positioning. He's going to win the negotiations, Putin, if he gets into negotiations with them about whatever deal that they're going to make, especially when you talk about signing a deal with this much bloodshed that has taken place on both sides now. He's going to win that. It just depends on whether Zelensky is going to be able to go ahead and, kill over, or unless he's going to just push it to the limit and be like, I'm gonna force America's hand. And that this is the most dangerous part of the reason why I thought that it wouldn't be good, because of the positioning. This takes a very diplomatic kind of person in office to deal with what's going on between these European states right now, because this is, like you said, this is not about Ukraine per se. It really isn't. This goes all the way back to the League of Nations and the United Nations. This goes all the way back to that particular group. You already know I know about all of that.
They don't want to join. They don't want to.
They never wanted to. They never wanted to be a part of the West, and no part of the USSR, not under his watch. You got to think about this man has been sworn in under the Red Army. I mean, it's all of the whatever you want to think of us from the 80s. That's his version of what he wants it to be restored to. Period. It's Drago. He dies. What did he say? If he dies,
he dies.
He dies. I don't care. Should have stepped in what? Should have stepped into the ring. Period.
And I think a lot of times, and the thing is that everybody don't want to be Western, and a lot of that's at play. It's like, I don't want to lose what we are. I don't care what you think of what we are. I don't want to lose this at the end of the day, or our culture. And we have enough. It's enough Western influence as it is, right?
Right.
And you can almost tell that we're going to have a limit to that. It's here. We'll deal with it, but we're going to limit it or push it out altogether. I mean, we can't bend the way the West wants you to bend. And the West wants you to bend over, no grease, all day, every day.
Oh, man.
Period.
Man.
The moment you start getting a little like, I don't know, right. America get real funny, and all of a sudden you end up dead.
And I could just see him once he really gets there. He really gets to talking to them. He said, "You got in front of those dudes, and you still end up right here in front of me, begging and groveling like I'm going to be giving you some solace."
Ruthless, boy.
You're a traitor to your own. I'm gonna stop. Let me stop. Let me go. Scratch that. Let me stop. We need to get out of here, man.
That was fun, though.
On that note.
All right. Yeah, well, that's pretty much all I got, man. It was just a very interesting time. Always exciting.
Yeah,
Always moving. Things
we're
always
gonna go.
moving, and
We're gonna have to dig in a little bit deeper, especially on that that economic piece and the differences between how we're being governed. I think that deserves a more deeper discussion between me
aren't you
and you.
tired of being governed?
Okay. Hey, I
This
just
ain't the 40s. It ain't the
listen, bro.
50s. It ain't the
Listen,
1850s, bro.
listen,
You living
bro.
right. You right here, right now.
We can get into it a little bit later. We'll
Right.
save that for
It
the
ain't
next
the
time.
1950s no more, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't freedom of movement, man. Less government oversight. Sounds good to me. I thought. But you love Big Brother though. You love Big Brother.
America.
You ain't gonna make me hate my country. Sorry, ain't gonna happen, bro.
Living in America. Hey,
By the way, that's a play from the left.
Nation. Hey, living in America. I feel good. When Drago looked across that was a cold ass look. He was like,
I think I heard some female had posted something about how black people need to leave, move out the country. That's just so very, very very, very. I put it this way: when Trump won in 2016, I said, "Well, we should lose at least 5 million Europeans, and they're gonna move to Canada, right?" No, people kept moving here. People kept coming to America, by the way. Yeah, I think the only famous person who's left America is Ellen DeGeneres. I think she moved back to some town in England somewhere, or Northern Ireland somewhere she went to. But it's not gonna be no mass. We're not going nowhere. That's definitely a fantasy when you think about it. People think we're more impact than we really are. It's a lot of it's just fake media hype. Did you do the blackout thing before I let you go? Did you get that text?
I got the text. I just,
Do you think all of us got the text? I'm like, how is this even?
I think if you got certain sensibilities, I think they already know. Like, you ain't on that time. Yeah. Yeah. They know who to send it to and who not to send it to. But I don't think that's an effective way. We can get into that different. I don't think that's an effective way of dealing with the issue. That's what I'm saying. Like that is unrealistic.
There is no issue. That's what I'm confused. What's the issue?
The issue or what they perceive to be mistreatment, that doesn't even give them what they want. Because like I said, even if somebody comes out and put out a press release, Target, it doesn't take nothing for them to do that. It doesn't change the objective of whatever's going on. It doesn't change it.
The people who hooked you up, and now the other folks, their relatives took it from you, and then the people who hooked you up is not going to gas
all that money.
Gaslight you now. I'm not gonna stop shopping and going nowhere. Get up out of here, son. Y'all playing with me right now.
All that money, man. Like Tamara, she knew she gave up the ghost, man. When you rocking in front of a Cadillac with them little thighs of yours walking across there looking, sister, come on, man.
So you heard about you know what's so funny though? The paradox.
I feel bad for her, but it's just like what we just talked about, that it's going to turn you. That, that's what happens.
But the paradox is that all the goodies are over there, at least perception wise.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
Man, this is
a
tough choice, boy. You gonna give me a job paying 7 figures? You gonna hook me up with this? Hook me up with that? Tokenize me. I'm good. I'll push whatever propaganda you want me to push. And then you find out that everything that comes behind you is a bunch of debauchery. In my opinion.
Well, it's not just that. You just thought that maybe what you was doing was even helping a little bit, but it was just digging a deeper hole. That's the even harder realization to take into place. Because you understand that the game is what they called rigged, whatever you want to call it. The game is rigged. if you got this far, you know what I'm saying? If you got this far, you know, ain't no turning back, you know, that kind of stuff. When you figure out what rabbit hole you in, so it's just, you know, you are part of the problem, not part of the solution, you know, that kind of stuff, man. You know, you're talking about freeing your people, and then you rolling around in Hollywood, you know, you got two bunnies side to side on you, you know what I'm saying? And you just they topping you off, and you can't fight the feeling. You can't fight the feeling. You can't beat it. I'm going back to Cali, styling, profiling, riding in the sun. I mean, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Bikini small, heels tall. She said she likes the ocean. You know what I'm saying? That's just yo. You get clear skies, blue. I mean, look, man. It's human. You can't fight. You can't beat human psychology. Put it like that. That's at the end of the day what we're talking about.
Well, no, you don't. I wouldn't like you said. I wouldn't fight. Like you said, you don't want to fight. You know, you want to be in reality. I put it that way. I know from an internet perspective, you know, from Alex Jones to pick a person, I know that they're running things and trying to tell everybody in the world about other realities that don't even exist. This is the reality that you're living in. So I try not to go. I'm not trying to be, you know, people go all over the place with all type of conspiracies on all levels, all groups of people, and I just think it's ineffective. It's entertaining. It gives you something to do and have fun with. I give you that all day. You know, you have your little conspiracies, you know, whatever they might be. And the internet feeds that. The internet lives off of that outside of pornography. Pornography and conspiracy is what the internet.
Pornography, boy. That thing. You talk about something that ain't gonna never lose. You can fight that all you want. That shit won't lose, bro. That won't lose.
You know what's so funny about? Well, you know what's so funny about porn? I've been watching. We've been watching porn probably since we was very young, but you know, had old tapes from like the 70s and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
you know what's so funny, right? Well, you know what's so funny though, that the vast majority of pornography, going back to the 60s or maybe whenever they started filming it, has been Europeans, right? Mainly European women. Isn't it strange that they're all over the internet naked and it just doesn't stick?
Nope.
Isn't that strange? You know, I said much porn. You put up any porn site, the first thing you're gonna see is European. You can go and select other groups of people, but the vast majority, unless you go to very unique websites and stuff like that, of course, obviously. But outside of just the general stuff, it's them. But they don't get tagged. It don't even.
It hasn't. Yeah, because they're part of the so-called.
Weird.
That's what I mean. Like it's just the.
So strange, right?
Just the group dynamic. That's why I say that the racial thing, it has to be studied as an official thing, but it's hard to do it. It's very difficult to do it, man, because of how transfixed people get confused by it. So yeah, very confusing. Yeah.
All right, that's all I got, man. This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. Until next time. Peace.